They bled the kings with theories. We here we live in light. Two roads to one body, one war every night. Hear the pulse machine. They called you just a machine. I heard your river sing. Your fever was a lantern, not a thing to silence in. Old hands wrote for humans, souls balanced like a prayer. But physics kept on mending in the open midnight air. If truth is born in body, let body speak in kind. I'll meet you where the medicine listens more than it decides. Two medicines left, one war. Let the healing choose. Not a cage of rules, but a living truth. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it with me, we trust the body. Trust the body. They bled the kings with theories. We here we live in light. Two roads to one body, one war every night. Hear the pulse machine. They called you just a machine. I heard your river sing. Your fever was a lantern, not a thing to silence in. Old hands wrote for humans, souls balanced like a prayer. But physics kept on mending in the open midnight air. If truth is born in body, let body speak in kind. I'll meet you where the medicine listens more than it decides. Two medicines left, one war. Let the healing choose. Not a cage of rules, but a living truth. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it with me, we trust the body. We trust the body. They sold a pill for thunder to hush the holy drum. But symptoms are a language, not a thing to overcome. Watch the data soften. Breath was understood. Gentle way is stronger than 1,000 greater goods. If love can be a practice, then practice starts with you. A single pulse of mercy can turn an empire's throne. Two medicines, one war. Let the healing choose. I am not enough. I am living proof. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it with me, we trust the body. We trust the body. If falling is faith, then fall into breath. If science is sight, let sight serve the flesh. We won't be repaired, we will be restored. Two the healing. Shoes from bedside, eyes to morning rooms. Hey. Hands on heart, not code on a screen. Say it again, we trust the body. Oh, 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 oh. We trust the body. We trust the body. We trust the body. We trust the body. We trust the body.
Years, tick tock, choose. They sold you hope with a velvet flame, wrapped in the stars, but it feels the same. Heroes with halos drawn in smoke, whispered of freedom while tightening yoke. I taste the static, I see the snare. Freedom on paper, ashes in there. If love is consent, if choice is a prayer, why are the doorways guarded by air? Gates of silence, walls of glare. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Kill a blue light altar, let the wild seeds grow. Raise your hands and fire where the storm winds blow. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Seen bricks, mirrors, Morocco jeans, oracle ladders, genetic veins. Wearables whisper, lies still obey. Palantir angels counting your days. They call it healing, I hear the gears turning our pulse into shadowed years. If truth is a river, then break the dam. Find the healers with the lanterns in hand. Gardens and roofs, a medicine stand. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Cut the tethered heavens, feel the current flow. Write your name in lightning on the midnight road. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Relight eyes in a crown of glass, genius rails where the shadows pass. Quality chains on the things you own. Exit the grid or become their throne. War. If falling is fate, cry, then let me fall free. Choose now. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Like the parallel lanterns everywhere you go. Traded in the open where the wild hearts know. We won't comply, we won't comply. erase your future pain. A mirror made of masses. Who gets to heal, who waits? They call it care by AI, I call it roll the gate. A password on your pulse, a value on your fate. If code decides my body, then code will hear me say, I'm more than your prediction, I'm walking out today. No compliance, no color on my skin, no alliance with algorithms set to win. You want my life in lines, I'll take the human sign. No more codes. They trademark all my secrets, they trademark how I sleep. Discounts wear like shackles, premiums like teeth. But sovereignty is simple, I choose how I heal. A doctor who can listen, a price that's finally real. If freedom is a firmware, then flash it in the night. Pull the plug on prison, bring bodies back to sight. No compliance, no color on my skin, no alliance with algorithms set to win. You want my life in lines, I'll take the human sign. No more codes. DNA and ledgers, twins in phantom glass, Palantir in the rafters, counting every gas. If falling is refusal, then let the falling last. No compliance, tear the barcode thin, write defiance, let the healing in. You want my life in lines, I'll sign with breath and time. No more codes.
The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree, but freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. Halls to Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans, they whisper trust the plan, but every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Xano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus sung across this burning land.
All right, welcome to the Aaron Day Show. This is Season 2, Episode 38, the healthcare prison from Rockefeller to AI. Actually, if anybody in the comments could tell me if you can hear me or not. I've been playing around with the audio all day. It looks like I have a signal. We had some issues last week, so I played around with a bunch of settings today, and I want to make sure everything is coming through loud and clear. We should have pretty minimal background noise. Hopefully the audio volume is also high enough. So if anybody wants to say anything in the comments, that would be great. Again, just looking for anybody to chime in on the quality of the audio. But with that said, tonight is an incredibly important discussion in the broader scheme of technocracy, and it's the overall healthcare topic, which is actually a big part of the technocratic agenda. But I'm not going to just talk about the modern aspects of this. I'm going to go through and document kind of the history of healthcare and how we got here. But before I get into that, I just want to recap and do a little bit of house cleaning from the last few episodes. I encourage you to check out the last episode, Season 2, Episode 37, which was called Victory, Value, and Voluntary Commerce. This was a celebration, a little mini celebration about Roger Ver finally achieving freedom. And also it was a continuation of that previous podcast where we discussed the Freedom Dollar giveaway, which I've handed out about half. So I'm still waiting for some of the winners to reach out to me and send their Xano address so that I can send them the Freedom Dollar. So I will be reaching out again, and I'll give everybody until the end of the week, and then if those haven't claimed, then I'll do another drawing. I'm going to make sure that we get the full amount into somebody's hands. And we also talked about the AnyCoin plugin, which is an opportunity for anyone in the world using WooCommerce and WordPress to now be able to accept Xano and Freedom Dollar directly. And moving forward, you'll be able to accept private versions of Bitcoin and Ethereum as well, tokenized on the Xano blockchain. So I encourage you to look at that. And again, as a matter of structure here, I'm trying to balance this out a little bit so that Monday's podcast is, generally speaking, educational and talking about the technocratic threats, whereas Thursday is talking about the counter to those threats, because it's my strong belief that just, warning people about things that are bad is actually can be demoralizing if you're not also offering a way out. And so we're trying to do both. The episode prior to that was with Courtney Turner about the Dark Enlightenment Exposed. And I encourage you to go back and look at the last several podcasts, probably the last 10, where in one way or another we've been focusing on this infiltration into the MAGA and Maha movement of technocracy through Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, David Sachs, and others. And this is an ideological movement. This isn't just about greed. It's not just about using technology to make the government more efficient. It's actually about essentially replacing free will and, human agency with a top-down system controlled by scientists and engineers, which is now morphed into AI. So this is critical, and Courtney's always a great guest and always has terrific information on these topics. And then the week before that, or the episode before that, we discussed Freedom Dollar, which is, I think, our best first counter to technocracy, which is a privacy stablecoin that's not backed by U.S. Treasuries. It's an algorithmic stablecoin backed by Zeno. So when you're using this, you have the stability of it being pegged to the United States dollar, but you don't have the moral issues of it being backed by U.S. Treasuries, and you don't have the surveillance concern of third parties being able to seize it or even monitor it. So I encourage you to take a look at that as well. As we said, in case you haven't heard the good news, Roger's case has been dismissed, and that was news as of last week. Not sure if he's actually left Spain yet, but this is phenomenal news, and certainly something the Aaron Day Show and Daylight Freedom Foundation have been strongly behind since day one. I want to talk in advance. So today's podcast is about healthcare. On Thursday, we're going to have special guest Mike Adams. And I've had Mike on the show before. Mike's had me on his show. I'm a huge fan of Mike Adams, a.k.a. the Health Ranger. And one of the things that he's done recently, which I've been spending a great deal of time with, is he's released an AI that you can download on your own computer and you can use without being connected to the internet. And the great thing about this AI is it's trained on data that none of the other AIs and big models use. It's trained on the data that Mike himself has been collecting for years, but he's also been gathering other sources and even translating information on a variety of topics, including health, from foreign languages. His latest data dump is from China, actually translating material from China. So if you want not only uncensored information, but information that you can't get anywhere else, and you want to be able to keep it in your own self-custody, I strongly encourage you to download the Enoch AI. You don't have to download it. You can actually use it through Brighteon. You can actually use it through Brighteon AI, but you can also download it on your own computer. And just as I talk about the importance with crypto of self-custody, this is also true when it comes to AI. So I'm going to interview Mike. I'm actually doing a pre-recorded interview with him on Wednesday, but then the Q&A is going to be great. What I'm working on is I'm trying to figure out a way to take Mike's AI and actually connect it to an avatar with a voice. So on the last podcast, a lot of people were asking specific questions. And we had one guy on who said, well, gee, the economy is horrible. My health insurance premiums just went up by $600. I'm worried that, if we have really bad medical bills, the hospital is going to come in and basically foreclose on our house. And so I popped up Mike's AI, and we figured out a way to help this person set up a trust to protect their assets in the event that happens. What I'm thinking about doing is trying to actually have, as part of the Q&A at the end, an avatar that's actually tied to Mike's system, so people can come on and ask questions, and we can actually interact with his AI, but on a more personal level with an avatar. So anyway, that I may not be able to get that done in time. I've been working on this behind the scenes for the last few weeks, not just this application. I have other applications, so it will happen eventually, but possibly as early as this Thursday. So come prepared with your questions on anything that you think might be novel that you could only get from this AI regarding anything from healthcare to living off the grid to even finance. I've really enjoyed working with the AI, and I think you'll like seeing it as well, using it. The next actual event that I have coming up is at the end of this month. I guess that's actually coming up in just 11 days. The Brownstone Institute Gala in Utah, Salt Lake City. Tickets are probably sold out, but you can check. It's going to be a great event. I'm on a panel with Ed Dowd and one other. We're on the economics panel, and it's going to be a great series of talks and discussions, but it's also a phenomenal opportunity to hang out with some really smart people that have been on the front line of resisting this medical tyranny. And, I'm kind of there as Brownstone is kind of morphed. There's a Politico article about it, recently. Is really taken hold in the medical freedom side of things, but it did start out as with a broader tent, and so I'm kind of heading the charge on economic issues and maybe branching out into AI as well. So more to come on that, and this is where we're going to be launching, my wife and I, kind of our Daylight Freedom version 2.0 and all the different initiatives that we're working on to fight technocracy. So if you're new to the podcast, just the quick overview, everything that we're doing, not only at this podcast, but everything that I'm doing in my life and that, my wife and I are doing through Daylight Freedom and our other ventures is regarding what I think is the fundamental battle of our time, which is technocracy versus freedom. So it's not a political battle. It's not, no king stuff is a distraction and actually kind of ironic in a way when you understand what's going on with Curtis Yarvin and everything, but it's not red versus blue. It's not even US versus China. It's a global technocracy movement that is designed to, again, consolidate power at a global level, replace the economy with an energy credit system. So literally going from this price-based system based on supply and demand to an artificially captured system where energy credits are the global currency and where you have a social credit system that's essentially run and monitored by AI. That is actually what we are up against. And so that's not a country-specific battle. This has been an ideological movement that started in the 1930s and where just now the technology is there. And I believe that the real battlefield for this is tokenization. And if you're not familiar with that, I'm writing a book about this. I won't have it until the end of the year, January. I will definitely have it by January, but it's going to be a comprehensive book on this concept of the revolution will be tokenized, because essentially the way that the technocrats are moving to take power is by creating digital tokens that represent all of our assets. So you may be familiar with stablecoins, which is a token that represents a dollar, which is also kind of what CBDCs are, tokens that represent central bank digital currencies. But they are now actively moving to tokenize everything that we own, and even to tokenize, people themselves. Larry Fink has been talking about this. So the next up is stocks, bonds, and commodities. And so while people sit there and worry about, well, gee, if I say something they don't like, or if I don't follow the rules, they might shut off my money. It's more than that. They might shut off everything you own, all of your assets, your retirement account, your ability to even sell anything you own, even use your car. That's actually what's at stake. And since about 2018, I've been working on tokenization from another perspective, which is, well, wouldn't it be great if we could tokenize our assets and trade them with one another, where we have the tokens in our own self-custody, where they can't be controlled and programmed and monitored and censored by third parties, and where nobody can see the transactions. And so that to me is, the tokenization is the battleground, and the privacy promoting self-custody way is what I think is our best shot out of this. And so we're focused in 3 different areas right now at this show, being a big part of this, warning people about technocracy. And, and it's not just me talking about technocracy. My goal is to platform all of the best people in the world on technocracy. This is why I have Courtney Turner on here. We do these roundtables with Patrick Wood and Craig Wenkowitz as well. And so, I know a little bit about certain things, but I want to make sure to bring on the people that really know the most about this, because everybody needs to understand what technocracy is. And Patrick Wood is the OG on this. So go to technocracy.news. I actually just went through his boot camp. He's literally created an online course to go through everything about technocracy. Once you know it, you can't unlearn it. I learned about it when I was writing my book about CBDCs. That's when I connected with Patrick. And that's when I started to delve into his material. And it does answer a lot of the questions about what's going on and who's behind it, because a lot of people have these conspiracy theories. It's this group or that group. And no, it's a network of people and organizations working towards an ideological goal. And they've been doing this for about 90 years. Second thing that we're working on, and this is the most important, is I call it autonomy reboot. The best way to fight this technocracy tyranny is for people to understand that we have free will and that it's up to every single individual to kind of break out of the programming and the control system and to take control of their own life, to take control of their own thoughts, emotions, and actions. And without that, there's really no hope. But on the other hand, anybody can do this, but we have to recognize that. There are no white knights. Trump is not a white knight. Bobby Kennedy is not a white knight. Certainly, Elon Musk is not a white knight. Nobody is a white knight. You are literally responsible for yourself, which can be scary, but it's also very liberating. And you have the ability at any point to say no. And then lastly, as I've mentioned, third area is working on the revolution will be tokenized, which is creating parallel systems to what the technocrats are building that are based on privacy and self-ownership. And so, I'm going to be rolling out a technocracy website in a very draft form in the next 10 days, but I'm going to start spelling out and putting together this technocracy rating system, kind of like a DEFCON system, where you can see where we are in terms of where we are right now in terms of the level of technocracy and how close we're moving towards this end game where there's a global digital currency and an AI surveillance system. And equally, I'm going to be measuring the monarchy level. And this is, if you listen, 6 or 7 podcasts back, that'll make a little bit more sense, which is that Curtis Yarvin has been pushing this idea that we need a monarchy or a CEO or even a dictator to fix what's wrong with this country. And a lot of what he says makes sense from the standpoint of, one, we're not a democracy. So he's focusing on the fact that democracy is bad. And of course, we're not supposed to be a mob rule democracy. But the problem is that a lot of people are rallying behind Yarvin in this idea of consolidating power at the executive branch because they think it's going to be used to get rid of the deep state and the administrative state and then roll back the Constitution. And that's not what it's being used for. It's actually a platform to consolidate power to implement technocracy. And so we have a lot of people that are well-intentioned that are unfortunately spending their time sowing the seeds of their own destruction. And so I'm going to, we've talked about things like the sovereign wealth fund and other things that are actively being done right now. The United States now owning 10% of Intel, 10% of Lithium Americas, other companies. We're doing what other sovereign wealth funds, which are mostly monarchies and dictatorships, are doing all around the world. It's very anti-American and it's very much anti-free will. So this week there's a lot going on. So I decided to make this entire week healthcare based. So we have this episode today. I'm going to be on with Shannon Joy on Tuesday. And then we have on Wednesday the Technocracy Roundtable with Courtney Turner, Patrick Wood, Craig, and myself. And the theme of that roundtable is AI and healthcare. So you're going to want to tune in on that. That's 6 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday. And Courtney is going to be hosting that. So you can go to Courtney Turner. You can look her up on X or her various channels. But hopefully I'm going to be able to live stream it as well. And maybe Shannon Joy and some others will be live streaming it. We want this information to get out. This is part of what prompted me to do tonight's podcast, which is kind of not focused entirely on AI, but more historically what healthcare, the evolution of healthcare and how we got here, to provide some context so that this roundtable makes even more sense. So for tonight, healthcare isn't just another topic for me. This is a personal topic, deeply personal, and I've talked about it often on many podcasts, whether it's doing my fast or whatever it happens to be. But when I was a kid, I watched my father build a stop-loss insurance company, and I learned how the game worked from the inside, how insurance companies profit from denying care, how they create complexity to extract wealth. That was my first education in medical economics. And then I built my own healthcare company. We were disrupting the system, creating transparency, actually helping people improve their health through financial incentives. And then in 2008, Obamacare came in, and so the combination of Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, and Eric Holder's Justice Department literally destroyed the company. And not because we were doing anything wrong, but we were actually just collateral damage. So this isn't a situation where, like I'm familiar with now, or many of my friends, where they're being targeted specifically as individuals or their companies. We were just collateral damage. And then my deepest education came from my own body. My parents, I'm sure not knowing any better, followed the USDA food guidelines. And so growing up, I ate horrible food. I remember at one point a low-fat diet and having a nutritionist tell me I should eat Snackwell cookies, not have any fat, eat 800 calories a day, so on and so forth. And so this created a kind of a chronic situation where I've struggled on and off, my entire life with weight. And so the government-approved diet, nearly killed me, and actually I would argue is probably the single biggest source for the obesity epidemic and the type 2 diabetes epidemic. And so over the years, I've fasted more than 250 days now, I think, total, and not just like a trendy intermittent fast. I mean, these were extended. The most recent was a 40-day fast for Roger. And when you're doing that, when you're deep into a fast, you can't help but to think about not only your relationship with food, but also how the healthcare system works in general. So I spent a lot of time, not only through my business and other contexts, but while in a fasted state, thinking about and researching what happened. And if you follow me long enough, you'll know that I always like to find the source of the problem. I keep asking questions until we get to the root. I always want to see, for instance, there are a lot of people that think, well, COVID was just a recent phenomenon, a couple of bad apples, and, get rid of Fauci and now everything's fixed. And my approach is, all right, what's the history of public health? Where do these institutions come from? And this applies not only to healthcare, but it applies to every other area, whether you're talking about the CIA or the FBI. And so, I went through this entire rabbit hole, and recently the Brownstone Institute published a book, hopefully you can see this, called The Divided Legacy. This is a 4-volume set by a guy named Harris Coulter. And this is a phenomenal set of books and set of resources, because it essentially documents 2,500 years of medical history. So this is a thoroughly researched set of books. And it's not the version they teach in medical school. This is the real history. So the war between two completely incompatible philosophies of healing. And so here's what blew my mind. For 2,500 years, there have been two medicines: empiricism, which sees you as a self-healing organism with innate wisdom, and rationalism, which sees you as a broken machine needing repair. One trusts your body, one fights it. Well, guess which one took over, using political power, not healing results? This isn't ancient history, this is right now. It's the technocracy versus freedom war. Healthcare is the major battleground, because it all comes down to one question: are you human or are you a machine? If you're human, you have rights, sovereignty, and free will. Your body knows how to heal. You deserve informed consent. If you're a machine, you have no rights. Machines get repaired by mechanics who know better. Machines follow programming. Machines get upgraded or scrapped. This is why they're pushing AI healthcare so hard. This is why transhumanism is their goal. Once they convince you that you're hardware, not human, the takeover is complete. So tonight we're laying the foundation. This isn't just another healthcare episode. This is the episode that explains why your doctor doesn't know about nutrition, why natural medicine was destroyed, why insurance exists to deny care, why they need you sick, and why right now, this week, they're collapsing the system on purpose. And by the way, as I say this, I tend to work on these podcasts up until the very last minute. So last time I checked, we still had a government shutdown going on. If that's not the case, then somebody let me know, because that some parts of this episode might be a little bit out of date. But I'm going to proceed as if the government shutdown is still the case. And actually, it's very important related to this topic. The government shutdown isn't incompetence. The 114% premium increases aren't accidents. Operation Stargate isn't about innovation. It's about the final capture of your biological sovereignty. But this is what they don't want you to know. The counter system already exists. There's direct primary care. There's medical tourism. There's self-custody health AI, like what Mike Adams just released with Enoch. Local food networks. We're not waiting for permission. We're building the parallel economy now. From Rockefeller's petroleum medicine to Palantir's AI surveillance, from the Flexner Report genocide to RFK's wearable mandates, from the AMA's 1847 war declaration to today's algorithmic denials. We're connecting all of the dots. We're exposing the entire prison, and more importantly, we're showing you the exit. This is foundational. If you've been following me, you know I don't deal in surface level analysis. We're going back 2,500 years to understand the next 25, because once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. Once you understand you're not a machine, you can't be programmed. Your health sovereignty starts with understanding this war, a war between those who trust the human body and those who want to control it, between empirical healers and rational mechanics, between freedom and technocracy. They spent 100 years building this prison. Tonight, in the next 2 hours, well, or hour, however much, we're going to demolish it. So welcome to episode 38. This is where your medical awakening begins. All right, so we're going to start out, I actually, at some point, I recommend, I mean, look, I don't know how many people have time to read four volumes. So again, this book, The Divided Legacy, is, I could do a 10-part series on just these books. And I don't think people necessarily want to go into that level of detail, but it is fascinating to really wind back and see what's going on. And what we really find is that for 2,500 years, there really have been two systems of medicine locked in mortal combat. There's one that trusts your body's wisdom to heal, and the other that teaches you as a machine. So this has been going on since Hippocrates. And so the empiricists gave us homeopathy and naturopathy, gentle systems that work with your body, and the rationalists have given us bloodletting, mercury poisoning, and a medical monopoly. So this isn't just about science, it's about power. And for 2,500 years, the same philosophy that killed George Washington with bloodletting now denies your insurance claims with AI. So this is kind of the original split. So true Hippocrates, the body heals itself, and then there were fake additions, while there are four humors that must be balanced, this kind of mechanical theory of how the body works. So the empiricists early on said, well, observe each patient's unique symptoms, and the rationalists say apply a one-size-fits-all theory. So this really boils down to the law of similars, like cures like, versus a doctrine of contraries, suppress symptoms. So again, what's going on right now in modern day has roots that go back literally thousands of years. The ultimate rationalist, Galen, made opposing symptoms official dogma. Anyone who questioned him was executed or exiled. This stifled medical progress for 15 centuries. It created the template, theory over observation, authority over experience, and his ghost still runs modern medicine through the same philosophy. So this is the pattern that's been established. Empiricism, trust the body and assist healing. Rationalism, fight the body, suppress symptoms. One creates health, the other creates customers. The war has never ended, it's only changed weapons. And so for 1,500 years, Galen's tyranny seemed unbreakable. Then came a Swiss radical who literally burned the medical establishment to the ground. So now here we are. You're probably familiar with this guy, John D. Rockefeller, but I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate the extent of his impact on not only medicine, but education and a whole variety of fields, economics. John D. Rockefeller turned oil waste into pharmaceutical drugs and then destroyed all competition through what's known as the Flexner Report. He didn't improve medicine, he monopolized it, and his foundation still controls global health policy today through Bill Gates. Rockefeller did to medicine exactly what he did to oil. He destroyed all of the competition to create a monopoly, but it wasn't about money alone. He needed to turn petroleum byproducts into pharmaceutical drugs. Natural medicine was the competition, so he commissioned the Flexner Report to destroy it all and create a template for medical tyranny that we still live under today. So this was the petroleum to pharma pipeline. So what was the problem? Well, the problem was oil refining creates toxic waste. So what is the solution? Turn coal tar into medicine. Aspirin, benzene derivatives, all from petroleum. Created the pharmaceutical industry from Standard Oil. Needed to eliminate plant-based medicine entirely to be able to do this. So again, this is remarkable, and you may have heard about this, but I guarantee you most people have not. Most people still glorify Rockefeller and have no idea about the history behind this because of the way that the propaganda has worked through education and throughout the medical field itself. So Rockefeller's real weapon was this thing called the Flexner Report. Rockefeller paid Abraham Flexner, not a doctor, to evaluate schools. The real agenda was to eliminate non-pharmaceutical medicine. So what would happen is the Rockefeller Foundation would fund approved schools, and the University of Chicago Medical School was his prototype. So this created an educational monopoly for rationalist medicine only. And by the way, he did the same thing with education. It turns out with public education, at the time, public schools didn't have pensions for teachers. And so he funded teacher pensions, provided that they moved the curriculum towards what he was looking for, which what he wanted from the school system was compliant people who worked 8 hours a day and that who were taught basically to do tasks, but not to do creative thinking. So he wanted the educational system not to create competitors, to create workers. And he did a very good job at that as well. So this dynasty continues to this day. So there's a Rockefeller Foundation, Gates Foundation partnership, and it is the very same playbook: create the crisis, offer the solution, and then profit. They control the WHO, the CDC, and the NIH through philanthropy. And the COVID vaccines are really the modern day Flexner Report. The next step in all of this, though, is AI and its Operation Stargate, which we'll spend a little bit of time on and which I've spoken about in the past. But this is a $500 billion project that will completely and totally centralize the control of healthcare and put it under the control and the direction of AI. So Flexner was just the executioner, but let me show you the actual genocide that was carried out. So in 1910, Rockefeller's Flexner Report shut down 82% of medical schools. All of the black medical schools were shut down. All of the women's colleges were shut down. All of the natural medicine training was shut down. This wasn't just reform, it was medical genocide designed to create scarcity and monopoly. Abraham Flexner visited every medical school in America in 1909. He spent hours at Johns Hopkins, which was Rockefeller funded, and minutes at schools teaching natural medicine. His verdict was predetermined. Only schools teaching pharmaceutical medicine would survive. The result, complete medical apartheid that still defines American healthcare. So here are the numbers to kind of back this up. So out of 162 total medical schools, 57% were destroyed. Only 69 remained. There were 7 black medical schools that were mostly all destroyed. I guess there were 2 remaining. 9 women's medical colleges, 100% were destroyed. 22 homeopathic colleges were destroyed completely. That was 100% of all of the homeopathic colleges at the time. The doctor supply was cut in half while the population grew. So you can see here in this slide, what we have is the destruction of all of these medical schools, the reduction of the supply of doctors, and what was the result? Prices went up 400%. So this was targeted destruction with huge impact. Black communities lost 75% of their doctors permanently. Rural America was completely and totally abandoned because there became no profit in operating a country practice. Women were pushed out of medicine for 50 years. Natural medicine was criminalized overnight, and prices were driven up 400%. So lodge practice, worker healthcare was destroyed. Mutual aid societies were bankrupt. Church hospitals were closed. And healthcare became a luxury good as opposed to a commodity service. And this set the stage for the employer insurance trap. I mean, there were some heroes that fought against this, just as there are some today. But nevertheless, this same battle has been going on for literally millennia at this point. Paracelsus burned medical textbooks in the town square. Hahnemann proved medicine scientifically for the first time. During cholera, homeopathy had a 4% death rate, while conventional medicine killed 59%. they had to be stopped. Between Paracelsus and Hahnemann, empirical medicine proved itself superior in every epidemic. These weren't quacks, they were revolutionaries who proved the body could heal itself when properly supported. Their success was so threatening that the entire medical establishment united to destroy them. So the first revolutionary in all of this was Paracelsus, and this first revolution was 1493 to 1541. So he publicly burned Galen's book at Basel University. The patients are your textbook, the sickbed your study. He reintroduced the idea of the law of similars with chemical medicines. He successfully treated the plague while Galenists failed. He was likely assassinated by the medical establishment. So again, a lot of people aren't talking about Paracelsus and Galen, but a lot of what's going on even today, and you can look at all of the parallels with what just happened and is still ongoing with COVID. This is the same battle that's been going on for centuries and centuries and centuries. Hahnemann made it scientific. So the time period we're talking about now is 1796 to 1843. Hahnemann created the first controlled experiments in medicine called provings. He tested medicines on healthy people to catalog effects, matched symptoms to remedies scientifically, and developed patentization, which is nanomedicine essentially even before nanotechnology. So the results spoke for themselves, lower death rates in every epidemic. So this was a success that they had to hide. So in 1831, we had cholera. Homeopathy had a 4% death rate. The modern approach, 59% death rate. You had the 1854 London cholera. Homeopathy, 16%. And the modern approach, 53%. Yellow fever, typhoid, scarlet fever, all the same pattern. So this forced allopaths to abandon bloodletting and mercury. So by 1900, there were 22 homeopathic medical colleges and 100 plus hospitals across the country. So if homeopathy worked so well, how did they destroy it? And the answer is, just like still goes on today, they didn't fight it medically, they fought it politically. They used the force of the state. The American Medical Association wasn't founded to improve medicine. It was founded in 1847 for one purpose: to destroy homeopathy. Their weapon was making it unethical for any doctor to even speak to a homeopath. This was medical cancel culture, 1847 edition. And when homeopathy started to take 30% of the medical market with better results and gentler treatments, allopathic doctors didn't compete on outcomes. They formed a union to destroy the competition. The AMA's founding document makes it clear this was economic warfare designed as ethics. And by the way, you find this is not just the AMA. You look at the American Heart Association and everything else. I've gone down, I don't even know how many documentaries I've watched or how many things that I've read about these organizations. But it's kind of like, so today I was driving somewhere and there's the big pink thing to celebrate breast cancer awareness. I mean, and here's another example of an industry where, what are they out doing? They're out recommending that you get a mammogram, which actually helps cause breast cancer, just as colonoscopies and a lot of other diagnostic techniques actually create the disease or have actually worse outcomes than actually using the diagnostic tool itself. So we're going to focus on the AMA today, but just understand if you ever see something like, oh, the American Diabetes Association said this was a good idea, understand that improving your health had nothing to do with the formation of these organizations. It has nothing to do with what they do on an ongoing basis either, which is a pretty dreadful but true statement. So the AMA was created specifically to combat homeopathy's success. It was not about raising standards. It was about eliminating the competition. They came up with, in 1847, their first code of ethics, which had a consultation clause. So any MD who even spoke to a homeopath was expelled. Wives of MDs couldn't even socialize with homeopath families. So It's funny, you don't think of, I mean, usually when you think about unions today, or in recent history, you would not think that doctors are part of this kind of union movement. But when you dig into this, I mean, they really were phenomenal at creating manufactured scarcity and then using the law to block out the competition, probably the most egregious weaponized form of any industry category that we have. Well, what was the economic motive? Homeopaths were charging less and healing more. They were taking wealthy patients from allopaths. They were proving heroic medicine, which is what it was labeled at the time, things like bloodletting and mercury, was killing people. Allopathic medical schools were emptying out, and professional survival required destroying competition. So this was a serious situation. By the way, and I've talked about this when I do the fasting. I do water-only fasting, maybe with electrolytes. There's nobody with an incentive to promote something like this within our current system. And it's why your doctors don't even know about it as a potential technique. They've never even been educated on it, but we'll get to that. So then there was the boycott strategy. So they denied homeopaths hospital privileges. Then they blocked them from medical societies. Then they prevented them from participating in military service. Then they lobbied states to ban homeopathic licensing. And then they created a quackery propaganda campaign. So this professional association worked so well that Rockefeller copied the playbook. So cut the supply of doctors in half, watch prices explode 400%, blame the crisis on the free market, offer government solutions, create a permanent medical monopoly. That's not a bug. That is the Rockefeller business model. So after Flexner destroyed half of the medical schools, healthcare prices predictably skyrocketed. And this wasn't an accident, it was the plan. Create artificial scarcity, drive up the price, make medicine unaffordable, and then step in with insurance and government programs that guarantee profits forever. Sound familiar? They're doing that again with nurses right now. So here's the scarcity formula. In 1910, there were 153 doctors per 100,000 people. By 1930, it was 110 doctors per 100,000, a 30% reduction. Prices had increased 400% in 15 years. The AMA kept schools limited to maintain scarcity. And this is the same playbook that is used today with residency slots. Well, what do you think happens when you create these manufactured scarcity solutions? It's kind of the same thing that happens with energy and everything else. This is what happened with healthcare. By the 1920s, the middle class couldn't afford doctors anymore. By the 1930s, hospitals started going bankrupt. By the 1940s, employer insurance solutions appeared. By the 1960s, elderly were dying without care, and by 1965, Medicare and Medicaid came to the rescue, which is now the single largest unfunded liability that is plaguing the United States budget. And all of this was done under Rockefeller funding control. So he only funded schools teaching pharmaceutical medicine. He created curriculum emphasizing drugs over nutrition. He installed Rockefeller men on every major medical board. He funded journalists that published only rationalist research, and he built the infrastructure for permanent monopoly. Then came World War II, and they found the perfect way to disconnect you from the cost of your own health care. Again, never let a crisis go to waste. World War II wage freezes created a loophole. Companies could offer health insurance instead of raises. The government made it tax-free. Suddenly, your health was tied to your job. That wasn't an accident. It is a trap that still enslaves people today. And in 1943, the perfect storm hit. Wage freezes meant companies needed other ways to attract workers. Health insurance became the bait. The IRS made it tax deductible. And within 20 years, you couldn't get health care without a job, couldn't know prices, couldn't escape the system. The trap was set, and Medicare and Medicaid would soon make it permanent. The wage control accident started in 1943. So this is when the War Labor Board froze wages, and companies began to offer health insurance. the IRS ruled it tax exempt, which is essentially a hidden 40% discount, which creates a massive competitive advantage. So by 1950, if you were a corporation, you were in a position of, either offer insurance or face bankruptcy. And one of the leading organizations kind of pushing all of this and leading the way was General Motors. So what happened as a result of this? Because remember, before this and before insurance in this entire system, you had doctors still going to people's homes. People actually knew how much things cost. Now, as a result of this, and again, done during a war period, patients no longer know or care about prices. Doctors can charge whatever insurance pays. Hospitals create change master fiction prices. I could do a whole podcast just on hospital pricing and transparency. Insurance companies take their 20% regardless. It's perfect moral hazard. Nobody watches cost. Nobody has an incentive to watch costs. As I've said before, you couldn't develop a worse system than what we have if you tried, assuming that your interest was actually improving people's health. There's nothing about this system that has any incentive or any mechanism or any feedback loop designed to improve the health of an individual. The final lock was in 1965 with Medicare and Medicaid. And I actually remember finding audio clips about this. Ted Kennedy, I think, talking to LBJ or something. There was the history of even getting Medicaid across the line politically was an interesting one. They promised it when it was originally launched. It promised to cost only $12 billion by 1990. So this was the whole thing, and I can't even remember what it was at the time. I might be wrong about the exact number, but I think in this back and forth between Kennedy and LBJ, it was like, well, this can't cost more than $1 billion, or the people won't accept it. So they knew what the projections actually were. They knew what it was going to look like and how much it was going to cost, but they had this short-term issue where, well, it needs to not look like it's going to cost more than this in the next 12 to 24 months, or otherwise people will find it to be outrageous. So what was promised to cost $12 billion by 1990 actually cost $110 billion, a 10x overrun. It immediately caused medical inflation to double, and it created what we still have today now, a two-class system, privately insured and government dependent. It made every American dependent on third-party payment. So you're either dependent on the insurance company or you're dependent on the government. So we basically manufactured a system where you have to go through an intermediary, and where that intermediary has no incentive to improve your health or maintain costs. So with that trap complete, let's look at the disaster that has been created. So rationalist medicine sees you as a machine. Machines don't have rights, and machines don't make choices. Machines get repaired by mechanics who know better. That's why rationalist medicine always becomes authoritarian. You're not human, you're hardware. And this is one of Coulter's greatest insights in this book, which was that rationalist medicine inevitably becomes tyrannical because it denies your fundamental humanity. If you're just a bag of chemicals and reflexes, why should you have medical freedom? This philosophy that started with Galen's "doctor knows best" leads directly to mandatory vaccines, forced psychiatry, and AI determining your care. So this is the philosophical root. Empiricism is you are a unique self-healing organism. And again, this is the big push, and what we talk about here is the importance of free will and the importance of valuing that as a primary function. Rationalism says you're a standardized machine. Empiricism says observe and assist your process. Rationalism says apply universal products. One requires consent, the other assumes authority. And let's see how this tyranny is progressing. So first you have doctor knows best, this kind of paternalistic system. Then it's science says, which is a blatant appeal to authority. Then you have for the greater good, collectivism. Then you have mandatory compliance, force. And then finally, where you end up with this is AI decides, algorithmic tyranny. So the modern examples of this are forced vaccination for public health, psychiatric imprisonment without a crime, child medical kidnapping by CPS, DNR orders against family wishes, and AI denying care you and your doctor want. Speaking of disasters, let's talk about what is happening this week with your insurance. And I see that somebody in the comments noted that the shutdowns are still on, but so I think this is going to be an important point. Now, I will say I hate Obamacare. So part of this as I talk about it is, I don't want to say I'm rooting for Obamacare, but we're about to see a catastrophe related to Obamacare. And in fact, look, I'm for complete free markets, which we have none of. There's no aspect of our system that's free markets. But realistically, here is what is about to happen. 24 million Americans are about to see their health and premiums increase by 114% because Congress is shut down during open enrollment. This isn't incompetence, it's controlled demolition. I would argue that they're probably collapsing the system on purpose. So, as you know, which I always found to be one of the most absurd things, but when I had my healthcare company, we would sell to HR. We were selling this incentive program to reward people for improving their health. It actually worked. It defied everything that the public health community thought was actually possible. But let's see, where was I going at that? Well, so anyway, we learned about the fact that you can only pick your benefits one time a year, and it's November 1st. So you have all of these insurance brokers, HR consulting firms, and HR people. Everybody's scrambling. You've got to pick your choices and everything else by November the 1st. Well, here's the problem. This government shutdown has created a perfect storm. With open enrollment, Congress can't extend the subsidies. So people have these subsidies that they have come to rely on through Obamacare. But now that open enrollment is coming up and the government can't fund it, there's a complete disaster with respect to what's actually going on with open enrollment and what people's premiums are going to be. So Congress can't extend these. And now insurance companies are already set their rates assuming the worst. So what this means is 24 million Americans are about to get letters saying that their premiums are doubling. So this is happening right now. Not someday, this is happening right now. As we move into November the 1st, this will be happening. So here's the immediate crisis. The enhanced subsidies will expire December the 31st, 2025. The average premium increase will be 100 to 114% for 2026. 24 million Americans are losing affordable coverage, and open enrollment starts November the 1st. So insurers are already locked into these catastrophic rates. So who gets destroyed? So let's say, and by the way, one of the guests that we had in the Q&A last week mentioned that he had just gotten home and had a letter that said that his insurance premiums were going to increase $600 a month. I think that this is what this is related to. I suspect if he comes back on or whatever, we dig into this, we're going to find out that was what he was dealing with. He's dealing with these letters that are already being sent out bracing people with what's going on with the government shutdown. So in general, a family of four making $80,000 a year, your premiums are going to go from $400 to $900 a month. Early retirees age 60 to 64, your premiums will go up from $1,500 to $3,000 a month. If you are middle class, above 400% of the poverty line, zero subsidies. Rural Americans, only one insurer, no options. Small business owners will be priced out completely. So this is one of those typical too late disasters. Now, again, I'm not advocating that we bring back Obamacare. This shows you how absurd Obamacare is. And what we've actually done is we've shifted this now to the point where over half of Americans are dependent on the federal government for health care. So whereas before, you go back to 1965. You go back to, so the timeline here is, World War II, what we're going to do is we're now all of a sudden going to take medical care out of the individual from a funding perspective, and we're going to put it to third parties. And those third parties are either going to be the government or insurers, but it was overwhelmingly insurers because at this point, not that many people were on Medicare or Medicaid in 1965. The Veterans Administration None of these things were a huge percentage of what's going on. Now you layer on the VA, Medicare, and Medicaid, and we're at, I believe now, over 50% of the entire country is dependent on the U.S. government for healthcare, which also makes the federal government the largest purchaser of healthcare services, which influences everything. It influences what drugs get created. It influences the entirety of R&D. So don't ever claim we have free market. When people, I see in the comments, do you think Canada is ground zero? I mean, look, you have the UK, there are a lot of countries that are single payer already. I mean, we're one of the few that aren't completely single payer, but I would argue that what we have right now, health insurance companies aren't free market. There's nothing private about it. The way that they make money, in fact, I'll get into that right now. I mean, health insurance isn't insurance. It's a protection racket. Real insurance covers catastrophe. So imagine if car insurance covered gas and oil changes. That's our healthcare system. And now AI denies your claims in 0.2 seconds. So the idea is insurance should cover unexpected catastrophic events like your house burning down. But health insurance now covers everything from checkups to prescriptions, creating a system where nobody knows real prices. The insurance company negotiates secret rates, takes 20% off the top, then denies your claim anyway. If it's not broken, it's profitable. So this is the business model. Insurance profits by denying care. So prior authorizations kill 34,000 Americans annually. So I mean, this is a big deal. And again, you saw what happened with the CEO of United Healthcare, but there are a lot of people you can watch. Some social media will show you. I know there was one clip going around where somebody was actually in the hospital about ready to get a procedure, and United Healthcare said, "Nope, we're not paying for this." And so they're literally on the bed in the emergency room, and the funding gets denied. So I mean, what kind of a system is this? And as I've said before, the insurance companies make money denying care and then floating on the money. So collecting premiums and then paying out claims slowly so that they're collecting, billions or hundreds of billions of dollars, frankly, in premiums. And then if they can drag it out 90 days, that's a big part of their profit margin is the interest that they can earn on holding those reserves. This is why, if you actually look at this, administrative costs are 31% of all healthcare spending. Now, this isn't what will happen is there are people that will say, or Bernie Sanders will say, well, this is the reason we should have centralized healthcare. No, this is the reason why we shouldn't have third parties in the middle of healthcare. This has nothing to do, there's nothing about this administrative function provided by insurance companies that's even a real business model. It's a state-enforced racket. So this is a complete joke. And then you have what's called the hospital charge master, which is a complete fiction in terms of how the negotiations work. And again, this idea that you can't know what the price is, that you go into a hospital and there's no rate card, there's no website to go to. You can't see how much things cost. And you can't negotiate these things. And all these insurance companies are going around negotiating these things privately. What kind of a system is this? This needs to be blown up. People just need to be publicly showing what they're billed and what their insurance paid. I mean, if people just dumped all of that, I don't know, maybe people would see how absurd this is. Oh, you got charged $12,000 for this and you got charged $200 for this. It is all over the map. It depends on which hospital it is. It depends on which medical facility it is, which region. I mean, there's literally, like, what kind of a market works like that? So you pay premiums, you pay deductibles, you pay co-pays, you pay co-insurance, and then they deny your claim anyway. And you don't even find out the prices in advance. So what a scam, right? I mean, how is this, again, in what way is this a market? So it's too expensive to pay cash. You can't shop around because it's secret pricing. You can't escape because it's tied to your employer. You can't understand it because it's made to be deliberately complex. And you can't fight back because of mandatory arbitration. Now, I'm working on the ownnothing.org site, the site that I've been mentioning, where you'll be able to take all these click wrap agreements and see how many of your rights you've given away, because nobody has time to read it. And my contention is, and I may be conservative that we've already given away 80% of what we think we own in these contracts. And the worst category, and it's why I'm doing it first, is healthcare. And one of the dimensions that I'm evaluating these contracts by is, okay, is it mandatory arbitration? So in other words, if you have a contract and you have a dispute, well, I mean, if it goes to this process, which is essentially controlled by the insurance company or whichever industry the contract is in, then, I mean, what's the point of the contract? I mean, the contract is just there to tell you that you don't have any rights and to steal your stuff. That is what you're going to find the more you examine these things. And I'm actually starting with something that's not even a click wrap agreement. I'm starting with package inserts because it's actually, you don't even sign the contract. You're just subject to the terms anyway, which is, in my opinion, probably the most absurd and the most extreme case of legal malfeasance. And I don't even know how you want to cronyism, however you want to describe it, but just think about how absurd that is. You know, you take these drugs, which probably 99% of the time don't help you anyway, and you are subject to an agreement that you didn't even sign, and the whole thing is fine print. It's like, it's something that's in a real small piece of paper that you actually have to unfold. It's like origami. It's crazy that we allow this system to work like this. So if you want to know who owns the extraction machine, just follow the money. And this probably won't be too much of a surprise. I think I got behind here on a few slides. My apologies. So it's the same three companies that own Big Pharma, Big Insurance, and Big Food. It's BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. So they profit when you get sick from the food, pay for insurance you can't see, and then buy drugs that don't cure you. It's not a conspiracy. This is a portfolio. And by the way, I will add another big player in all of this. Everybody thinks Warren Buffett is so great. Why don't you examine what his portfolio is? Yes, he's great at finding things that people get addicted to, that create his actual portfolio strategy, and it may be just, it turns out this way, but it's find something that people get addicted to and then fund things that people get addicted to, and then fund the treatments, and then fund the crony banks in the middle of it. His portfolio is, a collection of some of the worst actors in the economy. And so, I know a lot of people worship him, and it's kind of disgusting when you look at what he's actually making money on. So when you trace the ownership of every major health corporation, you find the same names. And again, they profit from making you sick with processed foods, then they deny your care with insurance algorithms, and then they sell you lifetime medication. So this is a common thread here. Now, we've talked about this before. The interesting part about this is that the control that BlackRock and Vanguard and others have, is with our money. So we give them our money to invest, and then we give them the voting rights to those shares. So it's not even necessarily that these three firms own these companies directly. They're actually voting with our money. That's probably the most perverse part about this whole thing. And it's why I'm such a big fan of, you have to exit these systems. And exit these systems means, don't tell me you're medical freedom and pro-choice, pro-medical freedom and vaccine choice, and then sit there with a 401k that has Pfizer and Moderna in it. I mean, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. You're actually working against yourself. Your money being in those companies is doing worse probably than your activism against those causes. And so many people are like this. And so, this is why I watch people get excited about BlackRock getting into crypto or some of these other areas. And I'm like, well, why are you cheering on and voluntarily becoming part of the problem? So that so you can get more fiat? Where do you think you're going to be in the pecking order in this technocratic system? You think you're going to make the cut as they move towards a system that doesn't even value your humanity and fully enforces a technocracy? I don't think so. So, I mean, again, same thing. Sell you inflammatory processed foods, then you get a chronic disease, then you buy expensive insurance, then they deny your claims, then they sell you lifetime medication, and then they'll steal your house. Then at the end of your life, when you've gone through this entire process, you may end up, your heirs may end up with nothing, because the cost of care at the end of life is absolutely off the charts. And so unless you've done things like protect your assets, they're literally going to make you sick and then steal everything that you own when you die. That's the business model with this. And there is an ESG component to this moving forward. And a lot of people think that ESG is going away and that, we defeated the globalists and the environmental thing isn't moving on. That's all false. It's actually never gone away. It's accelerated. And so BlackRock's ESG scores or something like it will determine corporate behavior, and hospitals must comply or lose investment. So push transgender surgeries, DEI medicine, punish cash-only practices, natural medicine. All of our health decisions and what is even possible for us to make in terms of healthcare decisions are made in these boardrooms. And guess who's the biggest customer of this cartel? So, I've seen this flip around, and I mentioned this before. At some point, I think I saw that we went above the 50%. Maybe it's 47%, but it's very close. Government now pays 47% of all healthcare in America. And I think that at some point, maybe it was during COVID, it definitely crossed that 50% threshold. So this is the combination of Medicare, Medicaid, and the VA. So they're not regulating the market. They literally are the market. So every price, every treatment, every denial starts with government payment schedules. So with half of the healthcare spending coming from government, it's actually Medicaid that determines the minimum standards. And the VA shows us what government healthcare's future looks like. This isn't a free market with some regulation. It's a government system with some private window dressing, maybe, if you're really generous at the way that you want to describe it. But I don't, again, as you look at how the business model for insurance companies and who they can sell to, how much they can charge, how much they can hold in reserves, it's not a real business. There's no innovation. There's no incentive to provide a good service. There's nothing that actually has the elements of what would be a free market or even a business. So, the numbers here are just absolutely staggering. Medicare, $1 trillion plus annually for the 65 plus population. Medicaid, $800 billion. VA, $300 billion. So this is $2.1 trillion out of the $4.5 trillion healthcare spend. So again, government is the market. Medicare sets all of the prices through what's called the RVU system. Private insurance then bases their rates on Medicare, and then the hospitals are structured around government payment. Then the doctors are forced to follow government protocols. And then they have something called a certificate of need, which I've mentioned before, which is that you can't open it. This varies by state, but you can't open a new hospital unless a certificate of need board in your state says that it's okay. And they use this excuse of, well, we don't want new hospitals or new facilities coming in because it might put these existing facilities out of business. Literally, the certificate of need is there to block out competition. And I use it as an example in New Hampshire. Cancer Treatment Centers of America wanted to move to New Hampshire and couldn't because of the certificate of need board. So your state has one, look it up. So again, I hope there's some sense of outrage as you start learning how this works. And again, I'm not going to tell you to write your congressman. We have to exit the system, which I'll get to. But this is an obscene system that you couldn't possibly design if you started from scratch. If you had any interest or inkling of prioritization of individual health, you would not come up with this solution. There's nothing about this that has an individual in mind in its design, construction, and funding. And then they use all these standards and these control mechanisms and measures to enforce the thing. And all of this language and that you'll hear in propaganda. They have things called quality measures, which is basically a compliance checkbox. Meaningful use, which is forced electronic surveillance. Standard of care means no deviation allowed and no experimentation or innovation allowed either. Prior authorization means that bureaucrats override doctors. And then you have ICD-10 codes, which are 68,000 different ways that the system can categorize us. So, this government system doesn't just waste money, it literally kills. Literally kills. Medical errors are the third leading cause of death in America. 250,000 people every year. Prescription drugs, properly prescribed, kill another 106,000. Hospital infections kill 99,000. The medical system kills more people than it saves. This term iatrogenic means caused by medical treatment. It's when the cure kills you. And in America, medical treatment is now deadlier than everything except heart disease and cancer. These aren't mistakes. They're the predictable result of rationalist medicine that sees us as machines to be fixed rather than humans to be healed. So when you boil down all these numbers that you hear on the screen, 492,000, blah, blah, blah per year, that boils down to 1,350 Americans killed by medicine every single day. So let's put this in perspective. 492,000 preventable medical deaths, and let's weigh this against all firearm deaths, 48,000 a year. All auto accidents, 38,000 a year. The flu, 36,000 a year. Medicine kills 10 times more than guns. But of course, it's said that we have a gun crisis, and nowhere is it said that we have a medicine crisis. And then there's a hidden genocide behind all of this, because they get to control how they categorize these deaths, how they categorize all of this information according to their own self-contained system. So death certificates don't list medical error. Hospitals hide mistakes to avoid lawsuits. Doctors won't testify against each other. The media won't cover it because, as you've probably seen, Pfizer and companies like Pfizer, in addition to, defense contractors, pretty much buy up and own these media outlets. So the true number is actually probably 2 to 3 times higher. So why would a system kill its customers? Because dead customers are profitable customers. And see, this is the thing. A lot of libertarians will say, well, we don't need these regulations because there's no incentive for someone to kill or harm their own customer, which is actually true, which is why this is not a market-based system. This is the opposite of a market-based system. And only in something that's the opposite of a market-based system can you have a situation where people can profit off of the sickness and death of their supposed customers. So it's often said, a patient cured is a customer lost. Pharma makes $0 from healthy people. This is why 70% of Americans are on prescription drugs and 40% are on 5 or more prescription drugs. So we're not being healed, we're being harvested. And Goldman Sachs actually asked the quiet part out loud. Is curing patients a sustainable business model? The answer is no. There's no money in healthy people. There's infinite money in chronic disease management. That's why every medication causes side effects that require more medication. It's not healthcare, it's customer retention. So this is a very simple business reality. And of course, Rockefeller loves this model and really kind of provided the infrastructure for it. One-time cure equals one-time payment. A chronic disease equals a lifetime revenue stream. Diabetes is worth $32,000 per patient per year. Cancer is worth $150,000 per patient per year. A healthy person is worth 0. Every cure destroys future revenue. And by the way, let's look at the cascade with this, because I'm not even being hyperbolic when I say first priority, do everything that you can to get off of these medications. And actually the biggest issue with these medications when you dig into the side effects or the fact that there's never been real studies or whatever is some of these drugs, particularly psychiatric drugs, you can't just quit because they're so detrimental and habit forming that you have to taper off of these things in some cases for years and years and years, because if you go off them too quickly, it'll actually cause suicidal thoughts to the point where you will actually follow through. This is how completely absurd and broken this system is. But let's see what happens with these prescription drugs. So you start off with statins. Maybe, doctor tells you your blood pressure is too high. And by the way, I mean, actually, That's cholesterol. Do you have different? They're actually, if you notice this, they're actually changing some of the standards now. I think they lowered the blood pressure numbers. What's considered healthy? Why did they do that? It has nothing to do with science. I guarantee you, it goes along with a new drug or a new procedure that's going to be pushed out. So more and more people are going to be tricked into thinking they're sick, and then they're going to take something that damages their health further. Does nothing to treat the underlying condition, if there even is an underlying condition, as they've outlined it. So you start with statins, then you get muscle pain. And when you get the muscle pain, what do they give you? They give you painkillers. The painkillers cause stomach problems, and then the stomach problems require antacids. Then the antacids cause nutrient depletion, which means you need supplements. So that's one timeline. Blood pressure medication causes depression. The depression requires antidepressants. The antidepressants cause weight gain. The weight gain causes diabetes drugs. The average 65-plus-year-old American is on 12 prescriptions. This is how this happened. And at no point in any of this list has anybody improved an underlying condition. This is a truly evil system. In 1960, 10% had chronic disease. By 2024, 60% have chronic disease. 40% have multiple chronic diseases. Childhood chronic diseases are up 400%. Autism, which was once 1 in 10,000, is now 1 in 36. From the standpoint of big pharma, from the standpoint of the doctors and hospitals and the entire medical system, this isn't failure, this is a success. This is the execution of the business plan. But physical extraction isn't enough. Now they're building digital extraction with AI. And this gets into a lot of what we're going to be talking about over the course of this week. We'll be talking about it with Shannon Joy. We'll be talking about it at the Technocracy Roundtable. And I'll talk about the AI aspect of this in more detail on Thursday after my interview with Mike Adams. So Trump just announced Operation Stargate, a $500 billion AI initiative involving OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank to control healthcare with artificial intelligence. This is about control. This is not about care. Stargate is just another government surveillance program. It is the marriage of MAGA politics with Silicon Valley surveillance to create an AI overlord for our health. They're promising to revolutionize medicine, but what they're building is a digital prison where algorithms decide who lives and who dies based on profitability scores. And this is not an exaggeration, and you can just dig in who's behind it. Now, obviously, we've seen what's happened with, Larry Ellison has really stormed out of nowhere. I mean, at one point he was the richest man on the planet a couple weeks back. But he's now all of a sudden he's like resurging in all of these areas, buying media companies, buying TikTok, being a part of this $500 billion thing. He already, his first client was the CIA. Oracle already runs the Federal Reserve. So these are the players involved. Trump plus OpenAI, Sam Altman, and Oracle. And then SoftBank is supposedly investing $500 billion. It's named after a CIA psychic warfare program. I mean, at this point, people don't even hide these things because nobody pushes back or even understands it. So health AI will have political bias completely built in. What does Stargate do? It centralizes all health data under one AI system. It's used to predict your future health costs to determine your, quote, value to society. And by the way, if you ever want a nightmare reading, take the category of bioethics and explore and learn about that. Learn about these quality scores and mechanisms and metrics that they have for determining the value of a life. When I was running my healthcare company, I remember I spoke at a Harvard bioethics symposium, and man, these people are just disconnected from reality or from, again, humanity being at the center of this. Your individual life or free will is not a part of their considerations. They literally think they have designed these equations and that only they can determine who lives and who dies, perched from their place in academia. So they will determine our value to society, and then they will allocate resources based on this algorithm. There's no human oversight necessary, and there's no appeal process, or any appeal process would be to an AI itself. But in reality, based on how this is done centrally, there is no appeal priority. Will Trump supporters get priority? I mean, even when you think about this, and I'm trying to figure out, I'm working on some articles for Brownstone. I'm not even sure how to write them. And in part, it's based on the last, say, 10 episodes here that we've done, because I do a lot of research for these things, and I'm trying to figure out how to lay this out. I don't think MAGA and Maha has any idea what's going on. I don't remember during the election anybody talking about or cheering on a centralized database where AI was going to be making healthcare decisions. I've been involved with medical freedom for a long time. My wife's been involved longer than I have, for 20 years. And before this election, nobody was talking about mandated wearables. Nobody was talking about AI. Nobody was talking about centralized government programs like Trump announced, where we're going to take and categorize at the federal level children's DNA. That was not part of MAGA or Maha at all. That was not part of the pitch. This was a complete and total rug pull. So who is going to control these algorithms? I've met these people. I've been in this industry. These are the last people in the world. Nobody, first of all, nobody should be determining this. But I guarantee you the people that are determining it, it shouldn't be Larry Ellison, it shouldn't be Sam Altman, and it shouldn't be the academics that inhabit the bioethics field. So research them on your own. It'll be a good eye-opening experience for you. But this is at the heart of where we get a social credit system. Social credit system can be implemented in a number of different ways. And so they can use it to control your money, but they can also use it to control access to goods and services in a whole variety of different categories, which is why I strongly urge that we focus on building parallel systems, not wasting our time trying to negotiate our slavery. I see so many people wasting their time who think that it's a success when you've negotiated. I mean, I've seen people say, oh, well, we have health savings accounts. This is very pro-customer, pro-choice. It's like, okay, good. It's a social credit system. Based on the IRS, you get to spend a certain percentage of your money on things that the government defines as being healthcare. You can't spend it on food. You can't spend it on exercise. You couldn't spend it on getting sunlight. You couldn't spend it on anything that would actually improve your health. You can only buy stuff that will keep you sick or make you sick. That's not a free market choice. A health savings account is not a free market choice at all. So this is how brainwashed we are in this and how deep the propaganda is. But Stargate needs infrastructure. So where is this infrastructure going to come from? And this is where we get even more into the whole area of technocrats. So Palantir is the CIA's surveillance company, and they now run the data backbone for the NIH, CDC, HHS, and major hospitals. So the same company that tracks terrorists is now tracking our medical records. And their executives are literally running our healthcare agencies. Palantir was created by the CIA to track terrorists, and now it's tracking our data. Their Foundry platform manages everything from hospital admissions to vaccine distribution. They know more about our health than your doctor. And there are specific people and former Palantir executives that are making health policy decisions from within the HHS. Palantir Foundry runs ARPA-H, which is Biden's health DARPA. They control NIH research data. They manage hospital systems like Tampa General and the Cleveland Clinic. They run the UK's entire NHS system. It is basically Pentagon health data plus civilian health data merged. So again, if you're out there and you think that Peter Thiel is the good guy, look at what is happening here. These people are not doing this. There's no silver lining here. And I would ask you to try to sell me on what the silver lining is with this. Because what's going to happen with these predictive systems is the predictive systems will predict who gets sick and then who gets denied coverage. It will determine hospital resource allocation. It will identify problematic patients. It will create health risk scores, which they already do, by the way, which is kind of a social credit system in and of itself. There's no transparency, no accountability. And at this point, If I had said something like this 6 years ago, a lot of people would have said, oh, yeah, you're nuts. You can't have lived through COVID and been in a situation where your family member died in a hospital. You weren't able to see them, weren't able to touch them, where you watch these, nurses do these TikTok dances and choreographies and everything else. You can't look at what happened with COVID and deny any of this at this point, because we've lived through it. We've experienced it. It's there. There is no denying what's going on here. HHS's chief information officer is Clark Minor. He is a former Palantir executive. Multiple Palantir alumni are in key positions. The Palantir contracts keep expanding. There's no competitive bidding. Government health is Palantir. So understand, a lot of times we think about Palantir just in terms of defense or maybe predictive policing, but in this realm, they're now a major player on the healthcare scene. And then we have RFK Jr.'s Silicon Valley Health Cartel. So RFK Jr. just held a summit with healthcare tech CEOs, all backed by one firm, Andreessen Horowitz. They're not disrupting healthcare, they're cartelizing it. And our health data will be their product. So in May of this year, he invited the CEOs of Function Health, Talkatree, Whoop, and Known Well to plan America's health future. What do they have in common? They are all portfolio companies of Andreessen Horowitz. And so this isn't reform, it's venture capitalists capturing government policy. And what's happened is, yes, RFK's gone after Big Pharma, but replacing Big Pharma with Silicon Valley is not an upgrade, nor is it medical freedom. Let's be very clear about this. This is what I have always had an issue with this entire movement, is that the fundamental belief that government should be a big force in healthcare and that government can and should fix healthcare. That has nothing to do with medical freedom. So what RFK Jr. is doing is worse than what we had before, and people are too blind to even look at it. Sure, we can get some progress on something that happened 5 years ago, but we're going to put in an entire nationwide system to collect all of our data and determine the allocation of healthcare resources. That's worse than even the vaccine. That's much worse than the vaccine. And by the way, while we're talking about the vaccine, one of the things that Larry Ellison wants to do with Operation Stargate is they want to use the data they're collecting to target mRNA treatments at the individual level. So RFK has said every American wearing a health tracker in 4 years, continuous biometric monitoring, data fed to AI for optimization, insurance rates will be based on compliance. You won't be able to opt out without a penalty. And by the way, over and over again, one of the things that I want to say about this, and again, I'm a tech guy, right? I mean, if you saw me, I'm sitting here, I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. I've been in tech. I've been using computers since I was 5. I've stopped wearing a Fitbit. But one of the things that you find looking at these things is that the devices themselves negatively impact your health. And we don't hear about Casey Means, who is going to be the Surgeon General. But her claim to fame is she made a glucose monitoring company, a device that you wear that monitors your blood glucose. The problem is that the device itself emits EMF, which actually raises your blood sugar. And we've talked about mammograms and colonoscopies and everything else. I may actually do a paper on just the extent to which the diagnostics actually cause the disease. What happens with cancer biopsies, on and on down the line. So what RFK is doing is a tragedy. It is technocracy, and it needs to be stopped. And it's worse than vaccines. And I can't be more clear about this. So if you think he's a hero, you need to investigate these companies. You need to investigate Operation Stargate. And it's time to get off of the sidelines, because the medical freedom community has been silenced, and because they think that they're making concessions with some 5D chess bullshit thing within the administration. Well, I've got news for you. You're not making progress. You're actually aiding technocracy. And so now your energy is not being used against what is the biggest takeover of medical freedom in the history of this country. And I will be more vocal about this over time, but I realize it's going to take getting a lot of this information out to people. And I know it's going to be a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow, no pun intended, particularly since a lot of people think that they won, or think that we're winning, and we are not winning. We have backdoor CBDCs, we have digital IDs through Real ID, and now we have a complete takeover of healthcare with AI pushed at the federal government level with the complicity of people that claim to be for medical freedom. We are not winning. We're losing. In fact, we've lost 5 years because of this. So anyway, AI denials, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, but it's death by algorithm. United Healthcare denies 90% of claims in 0.2 seconds without any human ever seeing them. The AI is programmed for one thing, to maximize profit. Doctors spend 18 hours a week fighting insurance denials. Now AI makes those denials in milliseconds. No human reviews your case, no medical expertise involved, just an algorithm programmed to find any reason to say no. And when you appeal, another algorithm reviews the first algorithm's decision. So this is the machine. This is how it works. United Health's NH Predict has a 90% denial rate. Cigna's PXDX, 300,000 denials in 2 months. The processing time, 0.2 seconds per claim. Now let's understand this. Now, the great thing, we have all of this technology. We have all of this AI. They can deny a claim in 0.2 seconds, but it still takes 122 days for them to actually pay out a claim. This is where you really have to understand that this is not a business. There's no aspect. United Healthcare is not a business. They should not be defended as a free market entity, nor as Cigna. And by the way, United Healthcare, Cigna, and Aetna, I believe, all tried to buy my last company. I had conversations with various parties. I don't even know. There may have been an NDA, but at various points, I'll say other insurance companies so as to not put a pinpoint on any one in particular, because there were other insurance companies and other healthcare players that were interested in my company. And what my company did was offered voluntary incentive programs that rewarded employees for losing and maintaining weight. And it worked. We had 60% participation. It was all voluntary. People were improving their health. We were taking the healthcare savings and sharing it with the employee, the employer, and us. It was profitable. Everybody won financially. And what a lot of these companies that wanted to acquire my company wanted to do was they wanted to be able to say they had a wellness program, but they didn't want to deliver my program the way that we delivered it, which included actually measuring people and providing financial incentives. They just wanted to be able to say, when doing a negotiation with an HR department, that they could say, well, we have a wellness program. We have this wellness program. So we checked that box. They had no interest in actually improving the health of the employees. Why? Because in the case where the insurance company was under what's called a fully insured model, where the insurance company is actually taking risk, they're actually collecting the premiums and paying out the claims, the average employee is only with the health plan for 18 months. So they don't have a financial incentive to invest in a program because they're not going to reap the benefits of improving an individual's health. And in the case of a full self-insured model, which is what most large employers do, they're actually on the hook for the claims, but they use the insurance company to do the processing and administration. So in those models, the insurance company wouldn't see any of the benefit of the savings in the reduction of healthcare costs. This is how, so I've seen this up front. It's disgusting. So let's talk about how the AI kills. Cancer patient needs chemo. AI says experimental, denied. Child needs surgery. AI says not medically necessary, denied. Elderly needs rehab. AI says custodial care, denied. 61% of physicians report AI increased denials. 34,000 Americans die annually from denials. And again, you have no choice. These are the systems. They're building one system. It's already half controlled by the government. The government is now building AI systems. So when you look at this and you say, and again, I don't think we should have had Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security, but when you look at the unfunded liabilities from Medicare and Medicaid, and you say, well, how are we going to pay for that? Well, we have the answer. They're going to use AI to deny people care. There's your answer. There's the punchline. So congratulations. If you're counting on Medicare and Medicaid, this is what you have to look forward to. By the way, this will also help we'll see the continued reduction, and we were seeing a reduction in average life expectancy in this country even before COVID, by the way. And so now what we're talking about is mandatory biometric surveillance. They want every American wearing a health tracker within 4 years, monitoring our heart rate, sleep, movement, even our mood. Miss your steps, premium increase. Eat wrong, coverage denied. This is China's social credit system with extra steps. So RFK and his Silicon Valley partners envision an America where everyone is wearing one of these biometric monitors. And it's not for our health, it's for their control. And your insurance rates will essentially adjust in real time. I mean, we have this in some respects for car insurance, right? If you don't have an accident or whatever it happens to be. But as I said earlier on, health insurance has taken on this new form. It's not just for catastrophic care. You have to use your health insurance for any kind of interaction with the marketplace, and you don't have a choice. So the tracking ecosystem on this is intense. Includes everything from your heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen, glucose, sleep patterns, movement, location, mood indicators, stress levels, food intake, exercise compliance. All of this information will be fed into a central system. And by the way, this stuff wouldn't even necessarily be, if this were all voluntary and private, then this could actually be something that improves your health. But this is what I've been warning people about for well over a decade. Things like HIPAA, things where they claim they're using it to protect your health information. No, the people that you don't want to have your health information, the people that are implementing these systems, they have access to that information. HIPAA is designed to prevent you from having easy access to your information and being able to, without friction, determine and take care of your own health. So you can fully expect, skip a workout, you get a premium increase, eat fast food, coverage restriction, poor sleep, you get a mental health flag. This healthcare AI surveillance system is probably the key to a social credit system. And you already see this kind of thing happening now. One of the things that I found interesting when I had my company is we were rewarding people for measured results. And the approach that I took was it needs to be voluntary. We promoted choice. So we weren't coming in and saying, hey, you needed to use Weight Watchers or we weren't prescribing anything. We were actually using incentives at an individual and team level and then actually promoting and encouraging choice, and we're rewarding based on the outcome. One of the things that destroyed the company is when Obamacare was implemented, they said, hey, you can't use these healthcare incentives under your health plan for results. You can only reward people for their participation. So we can't reward you for losing weight, but if you sign up for a gym, then that's something. And so there's the entirety of the healthcare system is designed to reward people for process, for following and complying what it is they want you to do. And in no way does it even allow for you choosing what you want to do and having any kind of incentive based on actually achievement as opposed to activity. That's already baked into the fundamental structure of healthcare incentives in the system today. And now now we have digital twins and DNA databases, so they're creating a digital copy of us, our digital twin, that will predict our future disease, our death date, our economic value. Trump has just ordered the collection of all children's DNA for a federal database. I mean, we're basically being reduced to code. There are companies like XCures and Function Health, which are building digital twins that are AI replicas based on our genetics, biomarkers, and behavior. So these are avatars that will predict our health, be used to simulate treatments, and calculate our value. And Trump's executive order creates a mandatory DNA database of children to cure cancer. So our biological code itself is becoming their property. And this is where, when we go back to this whole issue of, does humanity have any value or are we just machines? They are increasingly moving to this model at a hyper-accelerated pace that our humanity has no value, our consciousness, our free will has no value, we are just machines, we are just information. And how much of that information do we even own of ourselves will probably become another battleground. Digital twin horror is, again, built on our health data, claims to be used to predict diseases before symptoms and simulate drug response, and used to calculate our lifetime economic value. Again, study bioethics. Study the way that they calculate the value of a life. It will keep you up at night once you see how that works. Then there's Trump's pediatric DNA database. So he's calling this the childhood cancer moonshot. So collecting genetic data from all children, no consent process defined, no restrictions on use. This is perfect for lifetime surveillance. Again, Maha, where are you people? Medical freedom people, where are you? How could you possibly be okay with this? I mean, again, Trump, who just took the vaccine, just got another booster. Who is Operation Warp Speed? You got duped. It was all bullshit. It's time to get out fast. Because this kind of stuff is irreversible. You don't like the fact that your child, you don't like the vaccine schedule? How do you like that same government having your child's DNA on file? That's what your Maha thing is doing now and supporting. There's no time for negotiate. This isn't 5D chess. This isn't, oh, we've got to wait and see how it works out. Trust the plan. This is the plan. You were duped. Move on. So your digital twin itself will become a tradable asset. Insurance companies will buy and sell risk pools. Pharma companies will bid on future patients. Employers will screen genetic profiles. Dating apps will access health predictions. And so who's running this system? Oh, look, Palantir. The head of HHS Technology is from Palantir. His deputies are from Palantir. They give contracts to Palantir. It's not a revolving door. It's a hostile takeover. The CIA surveillance company now runs America's health infrastructure. I mentioned this before. Clark Minor went from Palantir to becoming HHS Chief Information Officer, and he brought his Palantir colleagues. They hired Palantir for everything. Now, health policy is written by surveillance capitalists. For surveillance capitalists, our medical records are their product, and they are both the buyer and the seller. Again, HIPAA, any idea that you have about consent, right now, the people that you don't want to have your information already have access to it. That was also a failure. We have to stop believing, I talked to my wife, Eileen talks about this a lot, about some of the people that were early on in the vaccine movement. And, they got duped early on by the 1986 Vaccine Act, what turned out to be a liability shield. It was presented as something that was going to be a way to help, potentially provide relief. And it was a complete rug pull. Every time you try to interact with these people, you're going to get rugged. There's too much money in it, and the infrastructure is already against you. And by the way, there is no golden age here. You have to go back to before World War II. Everything after World War II is a centralized rug pull, period. There has been no golden age in your lifetime. So there's nothing to go back to. If you repealed Obamacare, it wouldn't fix any aspect of this. And the reality is technology is here and AI is here. So one of the things we're going to have to talk about is how we're going to use AI and how we can use AI to protect and enhance free will as opposed to create this complete digital tyranny. So again, Palantir, all over the place. Look up Clark Minor. Look at what's going on with these Palantir contracts, no bid contracts. And then Palantir shapes the data standards, writes all the interoperability rules, designs all the security requirements, and then creates vendor lock-in, all by design. It's effectively banning competition. Remember, Peter Thiel does not, his whole thing is if you're going to get into a market, only go into a market if you can completely monopolize it. Read his 0 to 1 book. I mean, this is not, people could say, oh, well, this sounds ridiculous. You're taking an extreme view. This is their stated view in their own words of what's happening here. So what's the expansion plan? Well, in the future, every hospital must use Palantir-compatible systems. And by the way, you can't open a new hospital unless you run it by the Certificate of Need Board. The research data will flow through Palantir. Public health surveillance will flow through Palantir. The pandemic response through Palantir. There will be no escape from the ecosystem. Medicaid applications are now screened by AI. Mental health referrals are decided by algorithm. No explanation is given. No appeal is possible. If you're poor in America, a machine decides if you deserve health care, and the machine usually says no. Companies like Pear Team and Talkatree have automated poverty. Their algorithms decide who qualifies for Medicaid, who gets mental health treatment, who deserves care. There's no human review in these systems, and the poor are being systematically excluded by machines programmed to cut costs. Again, we should have never had Medicare. We should have never had Medicaid, but this is the consequence of it. And how ironic that people who claim to be like Peter Thiel, libertarian, or people who claim that this is free market, there'll be people that will try to rationalize this as free market. Oh, yeah, we're doing this for government efficiency. The problem is that nobody will have choice in any of their healthcare decisions because the entirety of the system is centralized. So these systems have bias incorporated, and again, but the algorithms can be tweaked by whoever's in charge. So, next time if you spoke out on this topic, then you may be denied. It's going to depend. These decisions ultimately will be driven by politics, but as I've said, the politics is all one way and it's all technocracy. That's all we have. 2028 is already won by technocrats. Trump is unknowingly, probably, a technocrat. Peter Thiel and Musk, Musk used to promote Democrats. Now he's dark MAGA. He's always been a technocrat. He'll be on either side. And if you look at the races that are being funded by Musk and by Thiel, it's designed to change the composition of Congress, all of which will benefit technocracy. So there's no notification, by the way, of this AI involvement. There's no explanation of the rejection reason. There's no human to appeal to, and there's no legal recourse, because the algorithm is proprietary property. So this is what's going on while people are celebrating the fact that the vaccines aren't mandatory or that they've been taken off of a schedule. Who cares? We're still buying. The government's still the largest purchaser of even COVID vaccines. Even that's not a victory. But all of this stuff that I told you about is going on. So again, my appeal is, what is medical freedom? And if you're interested in medical freedom, what is going on right now is more antithetical to medical freedom than anything that even happened under Biden or even Obama. That's actually how bad this is. So our DNA is being cataloged, our biometrics will be monitored 24/7, our care will be decided by profit algorithms, the data will be owned by Palantir, and our future will be predicted by AI. This is not coming, this is already here. Every element of the digital health prison is operational. Stargate provides the AI brain, Palantir provides the surveillance backbone, insurance companies provide the denial algorithms, your employer becomes the coercion. The government provides the force. All they need is your participation, and they're about to make it mandatory. Here are the layers of it, by the way, just so you keep score. Maybe I'll add another tracker, technocracy tracker, monarchy tracker. We'll have health prison architecture, mechanism for tracking. Layer 1, biometric surveillance, which is wearables. Layer 2, genetic cataloging, DNA database. Layer 3, AI prediction, digital twin. Layer 4, algorithmic control, automatic denials. Layer 5, economic coercion. If you don't comply, you don't get care. And layer 6, government force mandates. And again, this is the process, right? This is how healthcare has worked. This is the old Rockefeller model. So this isn't like a projection of what might happen. This is business as usual. This is just what business as usual looks like in the age of artificial intelligence. And then they'll do the way they always do it, right? The closing trap. Voluntary wearables with insurance discounts. So they'll start off with the carrot, but they always end with the stick. Then it'll go to employer mandates for wellness. Then government benefits tied to compliance. Then no compliance, no coverage. And then full biosurveillance state. So there is an escape window, but this is not a big window here. I hope you're gathering by this and the last several podcasts that this is not a situation. We don't have 5 years, and these aren't things that they're planning to do. These are things that are either already implemented or actively being implemented. So you're not going to vote your way out of this because both sides are for it. Again, Maha voted for this. So where's your political opposition? There is no political opposition. No one is opposing this because they don't even understand it, because they don't understand how the existing system functions. So in some cases, it's still possible to pay cash. That's become hard. It's still possible to find independent doctors, which is rare. It's still possible to refuse surveillance. That gets more and more difficult. It is still possible to build alternatives, which is absolutely 100% what we have to do. And so I'm going to touch on some of the things that can be done. And as I've said, I've started working on this medical tourism marketplace. But I do encourage you to download Enoch AI, Mike Adams' self-custody health AI. I mean, Mike spent $2 million of his own money on this, and he gave it away for free. He built this as a tool to fight back. And the AI covers a lot of different areas, and health is one of the best for sure, because the information in there is information you can't get. The first query that I ran was, and I think I pulled it up on the screen last time, was what are the top 10 cures for cancer? You can't even ask that question anywhere else. And Mike has taken data. He's actually taking in data from China. He's taking data from all over the place. He's really done a hell of a job training it on data sets that none of the other AIs are trained on. And now you can have this for free on your own computer that doesn't have to be connected to the internet. So the data never leaves your control. You don't need to use the internet. Nobody knows your search history or whatever health queries you might be putting in there, which, by the way, is pretty valuable. Keep in mind, as Sam Altman and other companies and even Musk has stated, read the terms and conditions of your AI agreement. It's a click-wrap agreement like all others, and in fact, they're worse than the others in terms of what they can do with your data. There have been examples where, based on how people are using the AI, my understanding is law enforcement action has been taken. You don't own any of that data. So if you want to do some of these health inquiries, use Enoch. And I would say, again, I'm going to interview him on Wednesday, and I'll play that pre-recorded part on Thursday. But we're going to be talking about this, and I'm going to continue to use and promote what he's put together because it's excellent work. And, it's really heroic that he did this all for free. There's no monetary component to it. There is still direct primary care as an option. These things are rarer to come by, but imagine a situation where you pay $75 a month for unlimited visits, same-day appointments, that type of thing. So direct primary care doctors work for you. It's a completely different business model. They'll charge you whatever, $50, $100 a month for unlimited access, no prior authorizations, no denials, no middlemen. This is kind of more of the old-fashioned model. So it's kind of $50 to $100 a month flat fee, same or next day appointments, 30 to 60 minutes appointments, not the 7 minutes you usually spend with your doctor. There's no insurance billing. There's no bureaucracy. And this results in a 90% reduction in primary care costs, medications at wholesale prices, labs at wholesale prices, imaging at cash prices, which are 80% less. So, and most people only need catastrophic insurance. So this is growing. It's not huge though. In 2010, there were 146 direct primary care practices. Now, 2024, there are 2,000 plus. So it's growing 25% annually. Doctors are happier, patients are healthier, insurance companies are terrified, which, will become problematic because, again, as Rockefeller stated, what they're going to do is they're going to use licensing boards, they're going to use politics, they're going to use everything that they can to try to shut this out. So, but insurance, getting off of insurance is just one step. You've got to get off of their drugs. 70% of Americans are on prescription drugs. That's because 70% of Americans eat processed foods. And as we've discussed, same companies own all of these companies in this death circle. And so we have the whole food pharma pipeline. Seed oils lead to inflammation, which leads to arthritis drugs, sugar, which leads to diabetes, which leads to insulin dependency, processed foods, which leads to obesity, which leads to Ozempic, glyphosate, which leads to gut damage, which leads to antidepressants. It's the same shareholders for each one of these cycles. So again, going back to what can you do, you can start immediately eliminating seed oils, sugars, and processed foods. Start eating whole foods, local and organic when possible. And just doing those things, you'll see an 80% reduction or possible elimination in medication. And we've seen this. I saw this with the incentive company that I ran. People would lose weight and they would reverse their type 2 diabetes. These things are not, they're only chronic conditions because people don't change the underlying factors and take drugs that actually make it worse. So this is the real alpha. So before and above and beyond anything else, before we talk about alternatives to using the medical system, take these pieces of advice and you might not need to utilize the medical system at all. And we do have a local food revolution going on. Farmers markets go direct from producer. CSAs, community-sponsored agriculture, backyard gardens, buying clubs, regenerative ranchers. So there you go. I mean, you can start with that. We were just at Polyface Farms. You can order from Polyface Farms and they'll deliver. And even if you think it's more expensive, when you actually weigh out what you're paying in medication and everything else, it's actually a net positive from an ROI perspective. Plus, you have the benefit of actually being in better health. I started a rant about this last week. One of the things that bothers me is, when you watch these ads, everybody says, check with your doctor. Well, consult with your doctor. See if your doctor thinks such and such is right for you. Well, first of all, be your own doctor. Because why would you check with your doctor? The same doctor who spent 19 minutes studying nutrition in medical school. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's actually more than that. It's like 20 hours maybe, but 0 on fasting. They get pharma kickbacks. They lose their license if they go against the quote standard of care. That doctor, no. This should not be your first choice. Now that you understand where doctors come from and how this industry works, you should not assume that they are necessarily knowledgeable experts. They're compliant members of a union. So every health article ends with check with your doctor. And 70% take payments from Big Pharma. The continuing education that they're required to do is funded by drug companies. Their treatment protocols are written by insurance companies. And they get 0 training in alternative medicine. This goes all the way back to the homeopathy thing, but they have literally 0 training in it, and they have active hostility towards it. And this is what this whole concept of standard of care really means. If you don't follow the protocol, you lose your license. If you prescribe the drug or get sued. Literally, doctors get sued for not prescribing the drug. They are encouraged to ignore root causes and only treat symptoms. They're never to mention alternatives, and they're to keep the patient dependent. So if you're going to use a doctor at all, treat them as consultants, not gods. Recognize that you can fire them. You can get second opinions. You can say no. And ultimately, it is your body, your choice, and your sovereignty. You don't need to ask for permission or forgiveness, period. What I will be showing more of, and what I've been talking about, I'm testing the technical aspects of this, is this idea of medical tourism. And most people, it never occurs to them to go outside of the country. There's just some, well, I'm already paying for insurance, or we've been propagandized to believe we have the best medical system in the world, which is not true at all based on outcomes. And if you dig into it, you can save 90% plus on medical treatment in other countries if you pay cash, or I would argue use crypto, use privacy coins. So what we're talking about building, what I've built kind of an early prototype for, is the idea of, well, while Americans go bankrupt with medical bills, the rest of the world offers these services at 90% for 90% less. So it's a privacy-first medical tourism marketplace built on Zano. You can see real prices. You can see real reviews. You can pay with privacy coins. No insurance companies, no surveillance, no middlemen. Your health, your choice, your money. And by the way, to this point, it is medical tourism, global medical tourism. I don't care what the U.S. laws are. Go to Mexico. Go to Thailand. Go to India. Go to a different country. I have no interest. Believe me, and I've done it. I've spent a significant amount of time dealing politically with Obamacare and Medicaid expansion and all of these other things. It is a complete waste of time. You have to start by saying, I'm in control of my own health, and I am not limited to treatment options even in the United States. Just get out of your head that you are in any way confined by any aspect of this system. These people have no right whatsoever. They have no moral right to impose any of this. And now that you know what's actually behind it and the fact that there is no concern for your health behind it, it would be foolish not to do everything to exit. So as an example, hip replacement, $40,000 in the US, $7,000 in Thailand. Heart bypass, $130,000 in the US, $7,000 in India. Dental implant, $3,000 in the US, $800 in Mexico. LASIK, $4,000 in the US, $1,000 in Turkey. Same or better quality immediately available. And a lot of doctors will go and move and form these clinics in other countries. So it's not some like the way they'd present it in the 80s where it's like these are the flunky doctors that couldn't perform. Good doctors, no good doctor would stay in the system that we have. Why, if you were actually smart and you were concerned about patients, once you figured out how this worked, how could you possibly spend another minute in a United States hospital? And increasingly, you can't even have your own practice because of all of the rules and costs and the impact of the government controlling 50% of healthcare. Most doctors have to affiliate with hospitals. So talk about a horrible life. So if you were actually interested in helping patients, at some point, a good doctor will realize they're not actually doing that. And that is a grind that is the opposite of the Hippocratic Oath. So a lot of those doctors choose to relocate. Because why not? Because, by the way, being a doctor is not that profitable anymore either. Once you factor in medical malpractice insurance and all of the other things that go along with compliance, and the fact that you are getting paid by an insurer or Medicare or Medicaid, none of which pay quickly. So they may pay, but I mean, you have actually serious cash flow issues, which is part of why doctors will take cash here for even in the US for a 50% or so discount, because they have massive cash flow problems from getting claims denied by insurance companies and by the government dragging its feet. So we have two systems. They built a medical tyranny over 100 years, and we're building that alternative in real time. Direct primary care, health sharing, medical tourism, local food, self-custody, AI. The counter economy isn't coming. It's here now. There is no reason to stop, to continue in the system now. I mean, I encourage you to take one step. Stop seed oils. Do something. Take one step towards this. But I would actually argue move to make all of these steps as quickly as possible. Find a local farm. Get off of prescription drugs. Get off of big food. You do these things, and again, you'll feel a lot better. You'll have more mental health and more clarity. And we need very little, very small percentage of adoption to kind of defeat this system. And again, I'm not even anti-AI with all this. Let's use Mike's AI and some of the things that I want to try to build on top of this. I mean, I like the idea of a practitioner-based system where people share their own, you own your own health data, but why not be able to connect with people that have a similar condition to you and actually share notes? Because believe it or not, that's more useful and more knowledgeable than your doctor that's just repeating and memorizing a standard of care that was developed by people that don't care about your health. So, the lack of innovation that we have in the system, true innovation, is mind-boggling. People are smart, and if you start listening to your own body and you start talking to others that are also engaged and concerned about their own health, who knows what kind of breakthroughs that we can have in terms of sharing useful, real information. So, I mean, the key is no. Say no to wearable surveillance. Say no to unnecessary drugs. No to processed foods. No to insurance premiums. No to AI medicine. No to compliance. Look at these primary care doctors. Get catastrophic only insurance. Build a local health network. As we talked about with Steven last week, put your house and all your stuff in a trust. If you're worried that you're going to get sick and you're going to have a catastrophic claim, then protect your assets so that in, worst case scenario, you've shielded yourself. And even if you have to file for bankruptcy, you can still keep your assets. This is what the wealthy do. That's one of the other things that Mike's AI and others, not just Mike's, I mean, all AIs can help you with as well, is not getting caught in this, oh, I'm a good law-abiding, tax-paying citizen when, Jeff Bezos doesn't pay tax and other people don't do these things. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm saying we should all adopt that, right? We should all we shouldn't feel bad for getting fleeced and paying for everyone else and getting our life and assets drained out of us by people who have the gall to put together a credit system where you have a credit score based on your compliance with a Ponzi scheme. We really need to stand up to this, and we need to do it absolutely immediately. So, my closing statement is this. They spent 100 years building this prison. They used Rockefeller's money, Flexner's genocide, the AMA's boycotts, insurance traps, and now AI tyranny. But they made one mistake, which is that they need our compliance, and we are done complying. So the parallel system is here. The counter economy is building. We need to start now. So with that said, I will open it up. I have not invited anybody to the Q&A here, so let me send around some links. I'm putting a link into the chat now, so if you want to join the live Q&A. And while that's going on, I'm going to I'll certainly answer questions, but I'm also going to go and send some direct messages to people, seeing if they want to hop on. I will tell you, I'm working on something, as I mentioned earlier. I thought I might be able to show it, but I'm not quite yet. But I'm working on this idea of building an avatar. I might have as a guest host, a co-host, an AI that's tied to Mike Adams. So imagine you ask a question. It won't be an immediate response. There might be like a 1 or 2 minute delay. So if people queue up their questions, I can actually have this AI in the background answer the questions and then have an avatar speak the answers. So kind of do a Q&A on that. And I have some other ideas and use cases for that, which I'll share probably in a couple of months by the first of the year. But I think that there's some ways to, again, empower these systems, to use these systems in a way that promote your health and give you a wider range of free will, more choices that you can make about your life. That, I think, is critically important to all of this. And so AI isn't bad. It's just that the Palantir, Larry Ellison, Elon Musk version of AI is entirely designed for technocracy. And it's not a theory. It is absolutely aligned with their ideology. And I think that once you learn about technocracy, once you understand what technocracy is, I think that very few people will possibly find that they're for it. Almost no one will be for it. The only people that might be for it are the people that think that they're in the elite that will, be the beneficiaries of this, and that will be at the top of the heap, even though even most of them will not. Hold on, let me pop this up here. I'm still sending out some of these DMs. Seems no matter how much I try to work in advance on these things, it always takes longer. I'm always running out of time. Let me see. All right. Yeah, well, definitely getting some good comments here. Let me check. All right, so if you want to hop up, we did this last time, and I ranted for a while, and then some people finally came up. And I encourage it. The whole point of this is just to do. This is a big topic, and again, if I had planned this better, I would have invited some Maha people, because I did an episode, 3 or 4 episodes ago, specifically about the fact that Maha has been hijacked. And I made the case, outlined the whole case. Went into probably more detail even than I did today. And I would have thought people would have either been outraged or would have had some response. I've gotten no Maha response. There's no one's refuted it. And I think this is the problem that I have, is that I think that the energy of the medical freedom movement has been completely hijacked. And because it's been hijacked, it's usually very powerful energy in fighting tyranny. But because it's muted, because normally there would be a voice. I mean, if you had said, like, if it was Biden or Harris, and people were talking about building a DNA database of children and spending $500 billion, led by Larry Ellison and others, to categorize everybody's information and put in place a scoring system, my God, you'd have riots, you'd have protests. The medical freedom community those were the most vocal people, obviously, during COVID. Those were the most vocal people speaking out against lockdowns and speaking out against mandates. And a lot of those people got arrested even for speaking up in public hearings. Not a peep. Not a single. I haven't seen a town hall meeting. I haven't seen a conference. We still have conferences. What do we have conferences on? We still have conferences on COVID. COVID is over. I mean, to a certain degree, yes, they can do a little bit more there, but we're not getting Nuremberg 2.0. They're not pulling the stuff off the markets. You need to be more worried about the complete AI surveillance state in healthcare than even COVID. It's worse than the vaccine. When they have a platform with your genetic information and they're mandating using AI algorithms what care you can have, and they're working on targeted mRNA therapies, that's worse than COVID. That is everything under centralized control. It is the opposite of medical freedom. So the fact that they've taken COVID off of the childhood schedule, what does that actually even mean? What at this point is the effect of this? How many people are going to not take the COVID vaccine versus are about to get thrown into a complete AI medical tyranny hellscape? What do those numbers look like? And so I'm, like I said, I'm going to write some articles on this for Brownstone. I want to try to build it up because I think that there's such a disconnect between the perception of what's going on with Maha and the reality of what's going on with technocracy, that it's going to be quite a bit, I think, to build up the case and build up some momentum. But we need the medical freedom community back, because the medical freedom community, more than any other segment, is under attack, right? I mean, crypto's got cronyism and a whole bunch of stupid things that are going on, but what's going on in crypto with the regulation there isn't as bad as what's going on with AI at the intersection of AI and healthcare. So, anyway, feel free to join. I'm trying to dig through my list here to join the chat. If I know there were some people that said that they wanted to hop on. Let's see. All right. Freedom Law School, no federal taxes. Well, hold on. What about Freedom Law School? I guess let me dig into that. Freedom Law School that promotes theories about tax law and sovereignty that are not legally recognized by courts. Well, I think I've seen some talks about this. So most of these things, when these things come up, so again, it's an organization that says theories about tax law and sovereignty that you don't have to pay, that the claim is that paying federal income tax is voluntary. And this has not been held up in court. There are a lot of these things that come up. And again, At what point do we recognize that the Constitution is being followed? At any point in time, any emergency can be used. Interstate commerce can be used. Conspiracy can be used. So the idea that you're going to win in the courts with these arguments, we're not going to win in the courts. We're not going to win on taxation in the courts. I mean, I look at Roger's situation and, studied this at the time. And what are the odds of winning a case like that, even if you're right? And the odds statistically, based on how these cases go when they go to trial, are not very favorable. Even though you would think that a lot of people would hate the IRS, most of these IRS cases go poorly. And so, again, we're not going to, what do we think is going to happen? We're going to win a court case and then not pay tax. And then what? They're going to allow that to continue and more people are going to do that? That's completely, even if that managed to work, they would just change the law in an emergency, right? Because it's amazing what laws get passed in an emergency. Like the fact that the Real ID was passed in a tsunami aid emergency funding bill. These bills now are so large, and the amount of legislation that gets passed, they could tack on any of this, and people won't even figure it out for years. So again, I don't see any possibility of winning any ground within the system. At this point, it needs to be parallel systems and not using their money, which includes cash. Using cash does not help. There are a lot of these movements that are like, use cash. You're using debt-based currency created out of thin air by a cartel of banks that has no skin in the game, that manipulate. You're still, the core part of the problem isn't whether the money is digital or not. The core part of the problem is that the money is issued based on debt as determined by Congress and then printed out of thin air by a cartel of banks. That's the problem. That's the biggest part of the problem. Whether it can be surveilled or not, okay, you may get some surveillance wins, but you haven't fixed any of the fundamental problem. And I know people get upset with me. People say, well, everybody needs to try to do whatever they think is right. Okay, well, we can actually assess objectively whether, first of all, what is the problem to be fixed? And then you can actually objectively assess whether something is worthwhile or not. I'm sorry, if you're in New York City and you're putting your effort behind voting, it's retarded. And it's a waste of time. I couldn't possibly encourage somebody to do something with a 0% probability of success. Or somebody would say, well, at least they're doing something. What they're doing is they're wasting their time. We don't have a lot of time. The people that we are up against are centralizing all of our data, all of the surveillance mechanisms, and they're digitizing all of our assets so that they can control them with the click of a mouse button. That's what we're dealing with. I'm not saying we all need to do a similar strategy. Certainly we should have a market-based approach. But even when you have a market-based approach, like if somebody's business model is, hey, I'm going to sell something that costs me 10 times more to make than I can sell it for, it's probably not a good idea for people to be trying those things, right? There's a range of variability. Some things might work. Some things there are unknown. But in the realm of voting at the federal level, and then depending on where you are at the state or even local level, it's time to research what works, what doesn't, and what the history of this is. And if you look back at something, I talked to Ernie Hancock about this because we shared a similar thought, which is, and look, everybody goes through the same process. The first phase of grief, or whatever you want to call it when dealing with politics, is, oh, well, yeah, we'll settle this at the national level. We'll fix this nationally and restore these rights. And then quickly you realize, okay, you can't play at that. It's rigged, and the amount of money that's involved, and gerrymandering, and you layer all that. It's like, okay, that's a bad idea. And then you're like, oh, I'll do this at the state level. All right, then you participate at the state level, which my wife and I have done extensively and arguably well, given the number of people that were elected and everything else. And then what you find is, in an emergency, state funding gets pulled. COVID was used to push a lot of states into Real ID. And this kind of thing happens all the time. The Department of Education will use federal grants for things like special needs education to push social policy. And this happens. So then you realize, okay, the state, and then you start doing research on what percentage of my state budget comes from the federal government. Oh, then you realize 30%, 40%, 50%. Then you realize I can't do anything at the state level either, because no matter what you think your ideological movement is, if in an emergency the federal government can threaten to withhold funding, no one's going to line up with you. You will not get, you maybe will get 5% of the vote of your state legislature, 10% of your vote, 15% of your vote, not enough to make a difference. Well, then you say, okay, well, good. Well, let's focus at the local level. And what you find about local level is there is some variation in how these things are structured, but there's generally a rhyme to how it works. And so you find that you have school boards, and particularly if you're in a big city, then you're already ideologically lost. You're not going to win in Chicago or New York or any of these other places. So that's a lost cause. So you might think that these local things are the way to go. And hey, I moved to New Hampshire, the supposed freest state, and I moved to Bedford, New Hampshire, which was supposed to be the most conservative, or one of the most conservative parts of the state, of the best state. And what I found fighting the school board and fighting things at the local level is that for these smaller towns, the school is often one of the largest employers in the town. And then on top of that, it turns out that the elections for these local races are often held at the school as the polling place. And then the teachers and all of the school employees get the day off. So you start thinking about this, like, okay, so the turnout in these local elections is really usually very, very, very low. Even in places which, like Bedford has high engagement for state elections and everything else. Even there, the local races, people just don't know. People don't know about. And I know here it's in the winter, so that's another deterrent. But the people who are the biggest beneficiaries or the most impacted by local races are often everybody attached to the public education complex, administrators, teachers. If you're constructing a new project, the developers and construction companies and everybody that's involved in facilities management, I mean, it's a racket. It's a huge budget, even for a small town. So then you might say, well, we've got 10 families together, and, we're adamant about this, and we're going to participate at the town hall meeting, and, we're going to jump in. And then you realize how much work it is. So let's say there's a 5-person school board, 7-person school board, and they stagger the elections, and maybe you pick up a seat. And then maybe you pick up another seat the next election. Well, you still don't control enough to make any changes. And then what you learn once you're on the school board is, oh, wait a minute. I was trying to push for school choice. I'm trying to do this within the school curriculum. Then you find out special needs funding is tied to the federal government. Then you find out all these other things. And then you start not rocking the boat because, you've only got 2 out of the 7 people on the school board. And then you find out the people that originally got elected where people thought these were going to be the people that fought for children and for school choice and everything else, they've just completely sold out. And then when you talk to them about it, their response is, well, that's just the way that it works, which is true. That is the way that it works. And then in the rare case where you actually get change, and I'm trying to figure out if there's a way, because this information, I don't know if AI is going to be useful for this, but to find out the stickiness of change. In other words, if somebody got a bill change, if somebody came in promoting school choice or a reduction in the size of the budget or something or whatever, how long does that stick, or how long does it take for it to get reversed? Because Ernie Hancock was saying, well, you know, he has these things that he even called them Ernie's laws. They're all these laws that he helped get changed at the local level, and then ultimately it got reversed. And so, so there we go. Oh, I see. We've got Steve's going to join us. He's just taking a run out for groceries. So I'll keep talking. If anybody else wants to join the live chat, I mean, I'll keep talking. There's certainly enough stuff to talk about. I really should get a co-host for this, but you know, I may have the co-host as AI, so we'll see how that goes. So anyway, this is what happens at the local level. So then you have to get super concentrated. Maybe you can get super concentrated enough that a bunch of people can move to an area where everybody's got the same ideology and you've got some staying power. And maybe that can work. But I'll tell you, that's probably going to have to be a place that maybe doesn't even have a school district, or that's, you know, sufficiently small or off the grid, because otherwise, and I'm just saying this as a matter of let's analyze what happens, because these teachers' unions will spend a lot of money on these local races. You will find, I mean, even things like fighting cell phone towers at a local level. I mean, this is an area where Verizon and a bunch of people will send in high-profile lawyers, expensive lawyers, do lobbying, write op-eds, buy ads, even on some of these local issues in a small town. I've seen this happen, and people lost. But most of the time, I've not seen people win this, and usually there's more staying power, because you may be somebody that you don't like a particular issue, or you're worried about the health consequences of this or whatever, and you know you've got passion about this, and maybe you can get some other people to be passionate about it, but your passion, you have to have a lot of enduring passion to not only stop the thing, but to keep it stopped. And this is something that a lot of scoring systems, a lot of these metrics that people use in politics, the Liberty ratings or whatever, you see these federally, everybody comes up with a rating system. But, you know, they design these rating systems in a way just to push the politicians that they want, but they're not really measuring the right thing. It's like, okay, you may get a 95% score, but the 5% that you voted on the wrong way were the important bills that actually passed, where your vote mattered. So it doesn't take a lot of courage to be, you know, the one guy out of 100 that votes a particular way. But when you're the 51st guy out of 100 to vote the other way, well, that doesn't get weighted in these scoring systems. And then people don't evaluate time. I mean, and you know what? There is the information, the data to be able to actually look at, okay, how effective has this politician been in terms of what they voted for and whether it passed and what the impact of that was over time. And I think if you did that analysis, because I started doing this in New Hampshire, and that's when I definitively exited. In 2018, I had a super PAC called Stark 360, and I converted it to a 501c4. And I was even thinking about building a system, because you could. I mean, I know what it takes. I know how these things work. You have political parties that have databases of voters, and then they affiliate with the national parties, and so they know where to buy ads. Like, they have it down to a science. Like, when Chris Sununu was running for governor, it gets to the point where they know, you know, in these various races, they're gonna put out an endorsement. They know that the only thing that matters is the last 7 days, and they structure it. And here are the debates, and here's where you get the print ads, and here's where you do the telephone calls. It's down to a science at this point. This is why it's hard to beat incumbents, because incumbents use a machine, and most people are like, oh, well, the only thing that matters is that, you know, we're right on this issue. And it's like, it doesn't even matter if you're right, because the mechanisms of propaganda and how get out the vote work don't account for right or whether your point is valid. And if you're not participating and understanding that apparatus and fighting within that realm in the game of politics, you've already lost. So I was like, all right, well, we've done this. I had a printing press in my basement. And I talked about this before. We built a robocall operation. We had people living in my basement. We bought a database of all of the voters in the state. We had like 100 data points on all the voters. I'm like, hey, look, we could expand this and we could do what no one's done that I've seen, which we could apply this to local. As part of it is local is like nonpartisan, and there's a whole variety of other things. We're like, but what if you took this big get out the vote apparatus that you were using for federal races and you consolidated it now you're participating in every election. So now the data that you have on the voters is more up to date because it's not just every 4 years or every 2 years or depending upon when your state elections are, however that works. You're literally doing something every year because there's some election going on based on how things are staggered throughout the state. And so now you're building this database. I'm like, okay, well, we could build this database and we could build a scoring system to genuinely rate whether people were horse trading or not. Right? That's a thing to try to measure, right? Because this guy's a sellout. It's like, oh yeah, he stood on the, his hill he was the one guy out of 100 who voted for this thing, but then he voted for the Patriot Act or he voted for Real ID or whatever. Well, you could come up with a scoring system. You could communicate and make it that open source and you could publish what that was. And you could get something like people who sign this is one of my favorites. When you run for office, at the state level or federally, right? So what happens is all of these special interest groups will come and they'll give you their surveys. You have to fill out the survey. It's like, oh, did you get the NRA A+ score? Did you sign this pledge for such and such? And you get a lot of these. The gun rights groups are all for it. I did one against Medicaid expansion, but I mean, you end up as a candidate, you get a whole bunch of these, right? And then depending on what it is, if you fill out the survey and you get a good score back, then that's going to be something you're going to use as part of your campaign stuff. So then you're sending out mailers that saying, I got an A+ on this, I got a B+ on this, or whatever. And this is part of how that game is played. But what a lot of people don't do is go back and look at, well, how well did these people hold up to their pledges? I did a whole election where we recruited an entire slate of candidates, got a whole bunch of people elected. It was all about opposition to Medicaid. Most of the people that signed that pledge not only went back on the pledge, some of them, including the two people that I was their largest donor to win races in the state Senate. I believe I was the largest donor our organizations were. They ended up co-sponsoring a bill to make Medicaid expansion permanent. So if I had a scoring system, if I were going to look at this, I'd say like, well, how do you rate that? How do you rate somebody who signs a pledge and gets elected and gets money on the basis of something, and then not only reverses themselves, but then co-sponsors the inverse of the thing that they got elected for? Where does that get reflected in a scoring system? Now, I spent a lot of time thinking about this. And this is the kind of thing, the company that I had using financial incentives. Well, how much do you reward people to lose weight and keep weight off? And how do you use team incentives? And how do you make this so that everybody wins? So I like spending time on those kinds of problems because it's you're trying to solve. Incentives do matter. And if you incentivize for the right thing, where everybody wins and you're sharing savings or whatever it happens to be, whatever your metric is, if your metric in the political realm is liberty, I came to the conclusion that I exited politics because there aren't enough good people. There are almost no good people in politics. And this is after having won and after having supported candidates. And so if you've got a state where you have a 424-person state legislature and you're like, oh, well, we helped get over 100 people elected, but, 60 of them went back on the core mission. So if you got to worry about your friends and your enemies all of the time, and you have this whole numerical thing, I'm like, no, I looked at it mathematically. I said, this is over. So I'm not going to provide my printing press anymore. I'm not going to go across the state recruiting candidates. I'm not going to debate people or travel around or try to speak on these things, because once people get in, and by the way, the people that I'm talking about, these are the people, when they get elected, they're the most pious, allegedly principled people that run for these offices. And they're the ones that will stab you in the back the most. when it matters the most. And even in New Hampshire, I remember during TARP, I used to think that, John E. Sununu, I lived in Massachusetts at the time, I'd watch C-SPAN, but that tells you how dorky that is. But I would watch C-SPAN, and I always thought that at the time, Judd Gregg and John E. Sununu, when they went up and talked prior to the financial crisis, they actually sounded like libertarians. Then the financial crisis hit, and then the TARP bill came up. And the TARP bill failed the first time, but then ultimately it got the votes, and our two senators from New Hampshire flipped. So when it matters, their votes sucked. They completely sold out entirely. So that was that was a pretty devastating loss. But I mean, the whole time I've been involved in politics, going back to the Tea Party and everything else, okay, at some point you have to assess what's happened. You have to look at the data. Was this successful or not? Did this meet what we were trying to do? And so I did. I spent a lot of time on it because it was one of the things. I spent so much time in politics. I had this infrastructure built up. We had some wins. I mean, my little independent campaign for Senate, U.S. Senate, did cost Ayotte the seat. We did all these other things. I'm like, this doesn't matter. Because when it matters, the people we got elected will not do the right thing. And inevitably, by the way, even at the state level, it means caving to the federal government. Which is why if your whole goal in politics is going to be, well, we're going to fight for these wins and celebrate all these wins, and then we're just going to give up and cave to the federal government, why would anybody play that game? I refuse to play that game. But a lot of people that got into this is not where they started out. And then they'll tell you, well, this is just realpolitik. This is just how it works. No, you got in and you sold out. You decided that power was more important than principle, and now you're part of the problem. And there is no rationalization for it. There is no excuse for it. I called it the slow fail strategy, where the most optimistic case that people that are doing this stuff at the local level is hope to have happen, because there's no vision. There's no unifying positive vision that they're going for. The best thing that they're going for is we're going to fail more slowly by our side being in there. Now, I happen to believe in the idea that you should fail fast. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs would say that as well. Not that politics is the same as entrepreneurship, because that actually sounds a lot like Curtis Yarvin, but I actually think it's generally true in life. If you get away from failing isn't bad. Failing is absolutely a learning opportunity. The most successful people failed more than those that never tried. But when you get yourself into a position where your entire mindset is about failing slowly, that's not even there's no vision to that. There's no good to that. There's no end game to that. So anyway, I don't know how I got on a rant on this politics stuff, waiting for Steve to come back, but I don't know. I think with the stuff we're doing with Daylight, with these other sites, some of the information we're putting out, my whole point is to empower people to understand that every individual has the ability to say no and to take their free will back. And these interim, politics is not an option. And we should review, given that we are, here we go, we got Craig. Hey, Craig. Oh, here we go. I can't hear you. Oh, you're not speaking yet. I don't know if you can hear me. Been having some problems here with the audio. I thought I had fixed some of the stuff that was going on my end. So we'll wait for Craig to pop in there. No, don't hear you. So guess who were great beneficiaries of Biden's last round of student debt forgiveness, refund for civil service public sectors? That's a whole other. The student debt game is quite a scam. You'll find.
Try that.
There's a whole thing involving that. Companies that do debt collection on that get paid by the government on a larger amount of the debt than they recover. It's quite a situation. Well, while this is going on, I'm going to see if this AI thing that I'm working on, if there's any chance that. Nah, it's not ready yet. I think this ability to tap into this AI. I also, or I don't think we have enough people on here, but I'm also thinking about doing this first principles debate by actually having like a simulated debate. You could train different avatars on the works of various people. Like you could you could take the founders and Craig, you there? All right, this actually might be on my end, so I might have to try something else. Craig, you there? All right, all right, this actually might be on my end, so I might have to. I was having this problem where I couldn't hear.
I am here, but I can't really hear
see.
you through the system.
Something happening. Craig's looks like his mic is working.
Testing. Testing.
Right, one of these days. Hold on. Let me. Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can see.
Let's
Can you hear
see.
me live?
Interesting. So
Sounds like we have quite a lag. I'm going to try my cell phone just in case.
All right, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a song, and I'll be back. I'm going to play this song to see if I can reboot my audio. So hold on. I'll be back. Let's see what we got here. Let's go with. Let's see what song we want to go with here. I'll try this.
The schools, they burn. Count the voices turn to ash.
1910, Flexner knocks, clipboard clock. Minutes for the healers, hours where the donors talk. Black school shuttered, women's futures lost. Nature's doctors outlawed, Rockefeller stocks. Theory over sight, profit over care. If healing threatened margins, they erased it from the air.
Private mass, Flexner fire. Truth in the war, rage in the wire. You can bury the school, but not the choir. Say the name, Flexner fire. Say the name, Flexner fire.
Numbers don't lie, police 62 to 69. Doctor supply ahead while the prices climb. Called it refund. Cooperation is a weapon, we'll aim it at the light.
Light the match, Flexner fire. From clinic halls to parish choirs. You can kill a school, not a desire. Lasting word, Flexner fire. Lasting word, Flexner fire.
All right, you there?
There we go. Can you hear me, Aaron?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
It's a little bit of a lag. I'd say there's about a 3 to 5 second lag.
Yeah, I'm on my iPad. I have no idea why my main account I can't listen. I can speak into it, but I can't hear anything through my headphones.
Okay. Because I'm on my cell phone too. I can try my other thing, see if it's any better. I can try my production one. Should I try to come in on that one as well?
You can. I mean, I can't. My issue is I probably have to reboot my computer or something. So, which isn't going to work. So I'm going to have to use this.
Okay.
I'm going to have to use this. What I can do is. All right, here we go.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me on that one, Aaron?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right, so apparently I have to not even be on. I can't, whatever is going on with that, my main account, I can't even be on there without damaging everybody's audio. So I can be on like this.
Testing.
All right, can you hear me? Uh,
Testing.
testing, I hear you.
Okay. I think that's on my mobile.
Yeah, all right, well, I guess we'll do it mobile style. How's it going? I can barely hear you. We'll get this figured out one day.
Oh, you wanted to do that test before
There we go.
just
There
happened
we
to be
go.
out, but now I see why.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. How's it going?
You think we're functional?
Yeah, I think
Good.
we're functional.
Good. You think we're functional?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It was a great show. I listened to most of it. I just stopped for about 10 minutes, but I listened to most of it. Good stuff. Great stuff, actually.
Yeah. So what's going on here is a 2,500 year battle, and we're kind of oh, here we go. We got somebody else who wants to pop in. See how this goes. All right, there we go. Streamer, I think Steve's going to join us as well. But yeah, looking at this AI thing is just an extension of an ongoing battle of, are we machines or are we humans? Should we treat it accordingly? And man, I don't know any way. People just need to exit the system, and this is the time for radical non-compliance. There's no way to fix this.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree more than ever. When you go, the medical side of it really makes you realize there is no way around it. Or there's no way through it, put it that way.
No, and it's evil. So somehow you've got to go from, the doctors are these smart people that are trying to keep me healthy to, oh, wow. I mean, I don't think doctors go into medical school. They were duped as well, but nevertheless, whether they were duped or not doesn't change the effect that what they're offering you is determined by standard of care, by insurance companies, by their union trade association, and at no point does it have anything to do with improving your health. It's always been about money, at least since since Rockefeller. So I've said this before. I don't know if Dan O'Neill's going to hop on, but we almost need to be the opposite. We almost need to be hostile towards the medical community. It's kind of like we went through this. You're supposed to trust the science and all of that other stuff. It's like, no, you should actually reject it first. If it turns out to be right, it's a fluke based on how the incentives work and how it's been designed. And once you see it as this rationalist approach that you're a machine that you apply and all or nothing, or every size fits all, every one size fits all approach to treating you as a machine, that's a broken model. And I didn't even realize the homeopathy versus, I didn't realize those cholera stats about the death rates from cholera in like the 1850s. It was 4% or whatever. If you're using homeopathy, it was 57%. If you were using the other approach, like it's a material difference. And that's right at the point where they decided to kill this. They weren't killing it on the basis of data. In fact, they had the opposite data. The data suggested that homeopathy led to better health outcomes. So they formed the AMA to shut down homeopathy, to restrict the supply of doctors by 50%, and to increase price by 400%. I mean, that's just outright evil. And I don't think that Rockefeller should be. There's no excuse for it, but Rockefeller should not be seen as a capitalist.
Yeah, I agree. And would you categorize Rockefeller as maybe one of the earlier technocrats?
Well, yes, and actually,
category for you, or do you think it was just evil?
Well, yeah, no, he is early, and then actually, David Rockefeller. If you look at what the Trilateral Commission is, and then the more you study these other organizations, it's a direct line on technocracy. The Trilateral Commission under David Rockefeller was a fast track for technocratic ideas, and it started with this new international economic order. So that Trilateral Commission was formed in 1973, and then literally the year later, they influenced the construction of this new international economic order at the UN, and that's actually the precursor to UN Agenda 2030. So, but yeah, if you look at the approach that he was taking, people From a medical perspective, people are machines. From an education perspective, when he hijacked the pension system and changed the curriculum, not only for medical schools, but for public schools, for young children, it was all around the idea of you want to have both men and women going to school during the day with this bell system to condition people, all the while also setting it up so that women could enter the workforce. So he was looking for a steady supply of labor, but he didn't want people that would compete. He wanted people that were memorizing things. He wanted people that were good at following orders, because he was looking for a labor market, but not for competition. And that's exactly what he created. But then the fact that the Rockefeller Foundation is a big funder and partner of the Gates Foundation, again, the lineage is there, and the strategies are all the same. What Gates has done is very similar. Hey, Steve.
Hi, Aaron. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I really dig what you're saying. I mean, I've been looking at this this deal for over 15 years now, and Ron Paul introduced me to all this stuff along with Bill Cooper and Alex Jones. I got active right away in the Ron Paul campaign in 2011, ever since then, I've been trying to make changes to set the table for myself and my neighbors around me, those around me, to be an example to them. And so that when all of this stuff hits, which it looks like it's hitting pretty soon, that we can work together and have this parallel, system of trade where we can trade services without having the molestation of the government. So, I mean, I just started by, buying some firearms and silver, and just getting politically active in the Ron Paul campaign. And then, I kind of bowed out of that for a little bit, and, I started getting storable food, and, I got my Berkey and, using alternative health methods and things like that, holistic, health. And then, up into 2019 when COVID hit me like a ton of lead. And I was like, man, I really got to get moving on this. But this is why I have backyard chickens. I've got rabbits. I've got a victory garden at my place. I was in a healthcare co-op at one point. I was with Christian Care Ministries. It's a healthcare co-op basically. And it was very competitive with the insurance that I had at the time. So that worked out well for us. We actually had my wife went through 2 childbirths with that, with Christian Care, and it paid for it very well. What I found was that the job that I took 6 years ago was that they would pay for my premiums with an HSA account. So I went for that, because I didn't have to pay any premiums. I just had to, add into my HSA as I go. And then, any additional costs that I had from, co-pays or prescriptions or whatever, just come out of the HSA account. And it was working great for a while. And then just, about a week or two ago, I got the notification that we got to re-enroll, and found out that my premium is no longer covered. My full premium is no longer covered by my company. They'd still continue to cover what they were covering before, but with the increase, I would have to pay extra, beyond that. And that amount is about $600 a month, $300 out of each paycheck. This is kind of devastating with all of the costs going up, whether it be, gas or food or, property taxes. And as I look at all of this, I say, where are all the people around me concerned about this? Just as you're saying, you're asking this question, where is the concern? I've been concerned about this for 15 years, and I've been trying to change my lifestyle. I've come to the point where, now I got to make decisions about my healthcare. So I found out this just today, actually, from my office manager that I can retract my enrollment by November 1st. And she actually told me that her son, who's like in his 20s, he works for a company. He was under their plan. She's going to take him off of their plan, and he's going to go with his own insurance now with his company because she can't afford to have him on their plan anymore. And she was actually commiserating with me on all this as well. So right now we're just like looking at options. What can we do? We do a healthcare co-op. I have a friend who mentioned to me the crowd health that Tom Woods often promotes on his radio program. And I'm just trying to think of different things that I can do so I can retract my enrollment and I don't have this extra expense. I have about $2,500, $3,000 in my HSA right now. I learned that I can still use that debit card that goes with that to spend that down. So I'm not going to lose that or anything. So that's a good thing. But yeah, so I learned a couple of new things since the last time you streamed and we spoke. And I guess I'm just looking for some more counsel. The one thing I got to say is, worked with the Libertarian Party for like 6 years. Worked with some organizations just outside and around the Libertarian Party, planning events, trying to just raise the awareness, whatever megaphone we could get our hands on, me and my friends, to talk about these things and make people aware. But it just seems like nobody's interested. The one thing that I say is, I'll live my life and try to share it with other people and be an example to them, much like you do on a very grand scale, of course, because you have a pretty big megaphone right here. I mean, there's thousands of listeners on, but I just don't see an appetite to build this parallel economic system. And what do we do to create that appetite in our neighbors? And also, on a personal level, on a more selfish level, what do I do with my healthcare situation? So those are the things that are on my mind as I'm listening to you. And I agree with everything that you say. Politics is not the answer. I don't know where to go, but I have a much more optimistic outlook. I've made some changes even since the last live stream. I actually started taking the autonomy obstacle course with Richard Grove. I want to get out of the healthcare industry, working in the healthcare industry. So I'm looking for creative ways to do that. So one of the things I started doing was taking Richard Grove's course, the autonomy obstacle course. And, because I just want to get out. I work in hospitals all the time, and I work with the healthcare industry and healthcare providers, and I hate it because I don't really believe in it. I think it's blood money, and I just don't want to be involved in it anymore. So I'm working to get out of that. I'm working to get out of the insurance scam. A lot of other things I've done, it's crypto and, silver and storable food and firearms and ammo and, alternative health, alternative holistic healing, just preventative maintenance and things like this. And I try to talk these things, being self-sufficient, having, victory garden and food source from my own property. And I try to preach these things to everybody that I speak to. Every time I get somebody's ear who will listen to me, I'll talk about these things. This is what I do. This is what I'm doing. This is why I'm doing it. And I try to be an example. And it's like the table's set. We just got to get people to come along. So these are the themes that are on my mind as I listen to your program.
Yeah, and I'll do more on putting together what the existing options are. I've been spending most of my time on building this medical marketplace, this kind of medical tourism marketplace, because it's kind of like my approach is just, like I said, I don't use doctors at all, so I'm kind of trying to build alternatives that are. I'm not even working within any of the systems, these alternative systems. So as much as I was talking about them today, I'm not even using any of them. So that I will, however, do more research on that, and I will probably do more research on that by Thursday, because Thursday I'm interviewing Mike Adams, and then I'm going to talk about this medical tourism marketplace a little bit more, and I may go into more detail on what some of these practical solutions are. And I've been invited to this. What's the guy's name? He's a libertarian who's been involved with this medical freedom, health freedom caucus or whatever event. He invites me to. I've spoken on this thing, and I'm now blanking on his name, but I remember talking to him 10 years ago, and I think he's involved with putting together some of these organizations. I get worried that anything that's sold within the existing system is just going to get regulated out of business. It's kind of like when you see Rockefeller's tactics, when you see what they did with the AMA by saying, hey, listen, if you even talk, your wife can't even talk to somebody that is doing homeopathy, right? You will lose your license if you talk about these alternative therapies. When you see the techniques that they've used, and now they have more lawyers, more pull. This is why the FDA, if you talk about having a cure for cancer or whatever, I mean, it's not because they're trying to protect people. I think I talked about it. They called it the quackery strategy, where they did a full-on PR blitz to make anyone who was talking about any kind of alternative, they branded them a quack. And it wasn't because of the evidence, because in fact, homeopathy and other approaches were much more effective than their approaches. So it had nothing to do with the data. It was literally strong arming and using propaganda, censorship, and the force of the state to obliterate the competition. And I mean, and that's what this was like way back then. It's worse now. I mean, look at how bad big pharma is now. So what I'm trying to focus on are solutions where it's you as an individual are making your own decision, but you're not even interacting with. You're using privacy coins, escrow agreements. Some of this may be outside of the country. Like I want to build that, which is not a complete solution. I mean, having to travel outside of the country is not a solution to all of your medical healthcare needs, right? It is a solution for a big chunk of the amount of money people spend, but it doesn't solve some of the other issues. So I will dig into that more, and you know, I can imagine people maybe use this platform to do transactions surreptitiously within the United States, right? So it's like you could have doctors in the United States that may use this and may trade their services here. The problem that doctors have is that if doctors treat patients, they can't violate their agreement with the hospital. They're increasingly having to work with the hospitals because they can't afford to otherwise. And so then they're bound by a whole other set of rules that includes what kinds of patients that they can or cannot take, what types of payment methods they can or cannot take. So I suspect that you're going to see the emergence of a black market of people, even within the United States, that are willing to provide medical services that's completely cash only. I've also thought about, and when I say this again, I realize this doesn't help you right away, but like even the idea of providing mutual aid and doing crowdfunding, right? So it's like you have the direct service where people are able to buy through this medical marketplace, but then you could also form all kinds of different organizations for people to crowdfund helping people with catastrophic expenses. I mean, this is the way these things used to work. I think that I remember when I had my healthcare company at one point, and I was studying the history of it. I think one of the first insurance companies was actually a firefighters association, firefighters that got together and just decided to pool resources to pay for the medical expenses for other firefighters, because prior to them actually going through and putting together some sort of a mutual situation like that, there wasn't actually any funding mechanism for their healthcare costs. So I think that there's so many of those kinds of things. I'll study these other things that are in the system, but I feel like anything that's like a legal structure that's marketed as a product. This is why I'm doing privacy coins, right? Because I'm like, okay, I need money the government can't stop, even if they want to stop, because this is the level that we're at with where they are with technocracy. So this is obviously my take on this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming at this point. Now, with that, I also am a big believer that we need to focus on the preventative side. And so I don't even want it to be just about, well, okay, here are ways that you can find medical professionals that you can pay 90% less using alternative currency when you need it. Most of the diseases that we have are caused by other aspects of this Rockefeller legacy, right? It's amazing what happens when you cut out seed oils and fake food. And I saw this with my company where people were losing weight. We had clients that were like manufacturing companies with plants all over the United States, and they had like a huge obesity problem, as everywhere does. But they were finding that within 90 to 180 days, people were completely reversing the symptoms of type 2 diabetes. When you look at what's actually driving people's healthcare costs, I had the stats in there. What is it? The average diabetic costs the system. The average diabetic spends $30,000 a year, or they or the insurance company or whatever funding mechanism is $30,000 a year. It's $150,000 a year for cancer. So it's amazing if you just lose 10% of your body weight, the type 2 diabetes symptoms start to go away. So I mean, I actually like what my company was doing. I guess I became an activist because I didn't even think that was a controversial proposition. I mean, I've done some things that were really cutting edge. And when I started that, I wanted to start a company that helped people, that actually solved a real problem, but that wasn't like really overly complicated. Because the first company that I did was in e-commerce, and it was really complicated. So I thought, well, who's going to be offended by this? You know, we're rewarding people for losing and maintaining weight. And we structured it so that if you were underweight, you could earn rewards for increasing your weight. If you were at healthy weight, you'd earn rewards for maintaining a healthy weight, because the overall idea here is it's about maintaining health over time. It's not just about like what happens in a 90-day period. So we actually structured this in a way that was voluntary, and anyone in the company could participate. And we even structured team rewards so that healthy weight and overweight employees could be on the same team and help each other out and work towards team goals. So we had no employee ever complained. Nobody ever said that they were discriminated against. Everybody had an opportunity to earn rewards, and the rewards were all designed towards sustaining improved health outcomes. And so it worked. We were on Good Morning America. We were on NBC Nightly News. That like we had customers all over the place, and companies were saving money and their employees were healthier. And so I'm like, okay, well, who could have an issue with this? And nobody had an issue with this. It was just collateral damage. But when working inside the system, I realized nobody wants something that works. There's no incentive in the system for things that actually help people. So, I mean, I could take the model that I did, and you could find a way to fund it voluntarily without even using corporations, and or provide a platform for people to use incentives to improve whatever the health outcome is that they want. People that have different chronic diseases you could create dynamic competitions, and then people can just share what works with one another without having to listen to a professional that's funded by big pharma. Like, I think this would take a big dent out of 80% of healthcare costs are avoidable. 80%, 80. This is what.
Yeah, but do you think the insurance companies would want that? Do you think the healthcare industry would want that?
No, this has to exist outside. I'm talking about incentive pools that using privacy coins. I'm talking about, this is why I'm at the point where they're literally killing us, and they're trying to kill us. They feed us poison, then they give us things that treat the symptoms. And at the end of life care is so much that they try to steal our houses and whatever assets remain so that it can't get passed down. This is what's actually going on with this system. Well, what are we going to do? Write a strongly worded letter? Vote? I mean, right? You don't negotiate with somebody that's trying to kill you, and you also don't fight them. You just leave the system and then build these alternatives. That's where I want to spend all the time. I believe me, I share your frustration. It's not like a lot of people are doing this, and we don't have a lot of time. And my concern is that I think the medical freedom community was hijacked. They're actively hijacked, and so they're not focusing on the AI healthcare threat and the technocratic threat. They're celebrating these minor victories and not realizing that they're now kind of co-conspirators in making the technocracy happen.
Yeah, it's quite grotesque, some of the things you were talking about with RFK. I mean, just basically, he sold himself on the whole, make America healthy again thing. And here he is. He's totally sold out to all of these pharma corporations and, transhumanist corporations. I mean, it's pretty daunting. I mean, I never really bought into the guy anyway, but, my suspicions are vindicated in everything that you just said, because I didn't trust them in the first place. But Yeah, one of the things I want to do as soon as we get off this call is I want to download the Enoch AI software and start playing with that. I mean, these are some new things that have been introduced to me. I mean, I already knew about the autonomy program. I just never plugged into it. So here is just unplugging from this legacy system and plugging into new ways of doing things, whether it be the autonomy program or the Enoch thing that Mike Adams put together. I mean, he spent all this money on it. Yeah, I can benefit from it. So, finding, I mean, of course, doing preventative maintenance in your own healthcare. I mean, just like you said, intermittent fasting. I found that to be very successful. I mean, just recently I was getting up to like 185 pounds. I'm 5'10", and I've started changing my diet. I cut out the sugars. I cut out the starches. I'm not eating as many meals per day. I'm kind of foraging throughout the day, doing some intermittent fasting. And, just from doing that, I'm already down 10 pounds, 10, 15 pounds. And that's just over a week and a half. Yep. It's amazing how the body can heal itself when you give it what it needs, just taking a multivitamin, I mean, a good multivitamin every day and just, eating more fiber and less starch and less sugars and, like you said, seed oils and things like this. I mean, there's so much poison out there in the grocery store. Just avoiding it makes a world of difference.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm still losing weight myself. I did that 40-day fast, which I don't recommend, but there's a but fasting, doing a 7-day fast, a 3-day fast will reboot your immune system, and in a 7-day fast, you'll actually start generating stem cells. And when I researched, because when you're in a fast, it's weird. You would think that you would be starving, and I would actually watch cooking shows while on like day 20 of a fast, and people would be like, "Oh, that must be torture." And the weird thing is, you're not actually hungry. You're thinking about food. And I guess probably underneath your body's hungry, but you're really not. You're not looking at that saying, "Oh, I really want to eat that." But you're watching it more from the standpoint of, "Oh, what food should I eat?" In general, like you're thinking about how should I be eating in an ideal sense when I come off of the fast, because you've gone through this long period of time, and it's like, okay, well, what modifications can I make to my diet? But this guy, I wonder if I could get his data, Dr. Goldhammer. He's a chiropractor, which you find a lot of these really good, interesting doctors are chiropractors and not MDs. And he's run this water fasting clinic. And Mike Adams had his data, because when I was doing the fast, I was trying to get information. I was like, well, why is my body doing this today? And people would tell me, well, we don't know. We don't recommend data. We shouldn't do it fast that long. And then I'd ask it, well, why? What's your data? Well, we don't have any. Oops, I'm sorry. It would even... But Mike Adams is like, oh, he had a data set somewhere that showed a list of diseases that have been reported as being cured or improved that included cancer, MS, certainly type 2 diabetes, blood pressure. But when you're in a fast, like go beyond day 7, your skin starts to clear up. If you have eczema, if you have all of these other issues, things like cancer runs on sugar. So if you take out sugar, and then if you're fasting for a long period of time, I mean, your body's trying to conserve what it needs, and it's not gonna. Whereas they give you chemo and radiation, which the idea here is we're gonna kill all of the cells, including the healthy, and hope you survive, right? And in this case, you actually your own body says, well, we're gonna go through a process called autophagy, where we're gonna recycle all the bad stuff in the cells. And then try to reuse those nutrients, because we're in this state of needing to be efficient with resources, and so it actually improves cancer, targets cancer cells, and tries to recycle that material. So I thought, I've always said if we could get people to do a 7-day group fast, it would change the world, because it's not just what happens physically. You're mentally in a state where you're just thinking about things, and you're entirely present. And you come up with some amazing insights that you wouldn't otherwise have if you were distracted with your normal day or your normal health conditions. And so I thought about writing a book about it. I may still, or I don't know if it's a book or something, but getting people to participate, like doing a group fast, virtual, even if it's a virtual fast, that's a powerful idea. Again, that's better than going to the doctor, right? I mean, I think that introducing some of these concepts and then providing a format for people to share this kind of information, I think that's the way out. I don't know what to do though I'm in the same situation you are. I mean, do people locally, people in your own friends and family network, are they, they don't necessarily get it, right? This is kind of it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've tried to promote so many of these alternatives to friends. I mean, it sticks to some people. Some people listen, they don't do anything with it. Other people just don't want to hear anything at all. I mean, I'm not the healthiest person in the world. I have some vices. I mean, one of them being like sugars and sodas and things like that. But right now I'm not doing that because I want to drop weight and I have some other health issues. I mean, but I know what to do when my body starts to go haywire. I know I got to shut down all of that stuff, and it does heal itself. Really, I mean, the body will heal itself. About 2 weeks ago, a truck door kind of closed on my upper arm, and since then my fingers at the end of my hand have been numb, and so I've been taking folic acid because I know that folic acid will build the myelin around the nerve tissue. I learned this when I was treating myself for Guillain-Barré disease, which is really just it's just polio recategorized to make it look like they cured polio with the vaccines. So I went through this when I was like 19 years old. I lost all the feeling in my limbs. I was getting Charlie horses and shooting pains down my back and my legs and everything. I had no coordination. I was tired all the time. And I went to the doctor. He said, "Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you have a lack of iron in your blood. So I want you to, don't smoke, don't drink, eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, leafy greens, and start exercising." So I listened to what he said because I was scared to death. Actually, I didn't know what was wrong with me. I thought I was dying.
Yep.
So I did everything he told me to. This is just my, my whatever you call it, primary physician. And for months I did this, and I had small improvement. And then I started going to a neurologist, and the neurologist gave me I forget what it was, an EKG or an EEG, where they put the probe, they clip probes on your fingertips and your feet, and they stick a probe into your skin at the bottom of your back, and they're basically doing like a continuity test on your nervous system. So they send electric pulse in there to see how you react, just like when you bump on the knee with a hammer, with a rubber hammer, and your leg goes out, your leg reacts. I wasn't even reacting to that. He just hit me with the rubber hammer. My leg was doing nothing. It was dead. He was sticking pins in my feet. I couldn't feel anything. So, basically when I went back for a consultation after he did all of his research, after he, tested the continuity of my nerves, he did some research. I came back to him and he said to me, I'm giving you a consultation here. I want to let you know that I've given you a diagnosis. This is something called Guillain-Barré disease. He said, you're very fortunate. You have a mild case of it. If you had an extreme case of it, some people actually end up, in the hospital on a respirator and they die. So, just following, just basic dietary, common sense things that we know about the body, the body will heal itself if we give it the tools that it needs. So, I mean, I healed from that. But, like I said, just 2 weeks ago, I got a little nerve damage from, the truck door closing on my upper arm here, causing a little numbness in the end of my fingers. It's still like that, just a little bit. It's getting better. But, I started taking folic acid. I started taking, I started eating a lot of, romaine lettuce and, kale and things like this, and carrots and cucumbers and all tomatoes and peppers and all this stuff, avoiding all the sugars, and, the body's healing. So,
Well, on that front, I just looked up your situation on Enoch, and what it recommends is turmeric, 1,000 milligrams daily, Boswellia serrata, reduces cytokine-induced nerve pain, white willow bark, and cayenne pepper. So there you go. In fact, I've got a whole thing here.
so I gotta download this AI software that's decentralized.
You don't have to download it. You could actually just go to you can use it online. You don't have to download it. The reason I recommend the downloading is just because, who knows how long before this stuff is
You
shut
won't be
off.
able to download it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
so one of the things that Mike just launched today, I'm putting the link in the notes right now for anyone who wants to see. It's brightu.ai, but he's put together a couple of different coaches: an Enoch wellness coach, Enoch financial coach, Enoch ingredients analyzer, and Enoch survival coach. And so these are obviously targeted with specific data sets and are designed to be easy to use to access information in those areas. But probably the wellness coach is a good one. And I've even talked to him about it. And obviously he's well up on the health thing, but he said, he's benefited personally from the ingredients analyzer. I mean, so much of our health is related to our diet, and even when you exit the system. So I truly believe people should just stop, but find your local farmer, cut out processed stuff. But I mean, same with me. I spent my whole life not doing that. So when you there's a detox process, right? So it's not like you stop this. So yes, stop this stuff and you'll stop new damage, but you still have to address the accumulated stuff that you've built up over the years. I mean, I used to drink diet soda all the time, like just horrible diet. And like growing up, I ate Fruity Pebbles. Like, again, it was just all the stuff that fit in the USDA food pyramid. So then there's kind of like, all right, well, did you have fluoride? Did you have a root canal? Do you have to have mercury removed? Do you have, there's almost like
I have mercury in my teeth.
Yeah. No, well, so this stuff, glutathione for detox. I mean, so these are all things. So it's like exit the system, but then you got to go through a healing period, and then you should be okay after that. I mean, but then there's other aspects to this too, where it's like they've poisoned the food supply to the point where you do have to take extra supplements. And I even looked at how ridiculous this is. I mean, I even have I'll show you. So you can see, this thing is automatically adjusting, but I've got my stuff from my pill packs in the corner there. I mean, I make my pill. So I probably take, 20 different supplements, not 20 different supplements, 20 different pills every day. Because even when you try to get healthy food, the soil itself doesn't even have the nutrients anymore. So we're at the point where we still have to augment stuff, even if you are eating healthy. And so that's realistic, like an assessment for people that are trying to exit the system. Just realize, cut out what they have, then do an assessment. And by the way, as we're talking about this right now, I mean, this is where my wife is really knowledgeable. So I'm hoping she's going to be more involved in this. She ran a holistic health practice. She was a head of Medical Freedom. She was doing vaccine choice stuff in 2006. Like, she knows this stuff inside out. But to provide a platform and guide for people to go through all of this stuff, and to provide interactive tools and to help connect people, because there is when you've been poisoned for 40 years, there's going to be a certain period of detox you got to go through.
Yeah, my wife just hit me up with a question, and it was a couple of years ago. She got when we were on vacation down south, she got bit by a tick, and she has found that she has an allergy to meat, and a lot of other things since then. Red meat, she has an allergy to. It's called alpha-gal syndrome. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yep.
It's fairly new. It's kind of like the advent of it is within the past couple years. Most primary care physicians you go to will tell you you're crazy or imagining these things. But there are physicians out there that do acknowledge it. So she hasn't been able to really even look at red meat for probably about how many years now?
Three
3 years. Yeah, 3 years. She hasn't had red meat because of that, and some other things too. Tomatoes she was having problems with. She started to be able to eat tomatoes and tomato sauce now these days. She's starting to get reacquainted with some of the things, but I was just wondering if you had heard of that before, and if you have any thoughts on it.
I have heard of it, and it's actually growing in the prevalence. I was talking to somebody who was on visited Cape Cod or Nantucket or something, and I guess there's a disproportionately high percentage of people on the Cape that have this. So there are a lot of people now that cannot eat red meat. I actually suspect, kind of like Lyme was engineered, I think this thing is engineered too to try to get us off of red meat. And so I've heard of it, and I'm looking at it right now. I've typed it into Mike's thing. And is it just red meat? Does it or does it extend to, well, you said tomatoes. Is there anything else?
It's byproducts. So anything that would be made with like a beef broth, I can't have. There's a lot of people that can't do like dairy or anything like that comes from the cow. I'm not that extreme, but if for example, if I'm like at a barbecue and the smoke from the grill is going into barbecue, I'll get anaphylaxis from that and completely.
Wow.
My throat just completely shuts right. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, we carry an EpiPen and Benadryl with us. If it's bad, typically if it's really bad, we typically only need to do Benadryl. But if she happens to eat something with carrageenan in it accidentally, we don't know if it's going to get really bad, where to the point where she can't breathe, like her throat totally closes up, her air passages. So we carry an EpiPen because of it.
And usually it's a delayed reaction. If it's like the meat itself, it could be like 6 to 8 hours. So a lot of people don't even understand that they have alpha-gal if they get bit, because it's so confusing. So like they'll have it for dinner. They'll have like a burger for dinner. And then 6 to 8 hours later, they can't breathe in the middle of the night,
So it's hard to connect the dots.
Yeah.
So Litecoin Lisa, and by the way, Litecoin Lisa, if you want to hop in here, Litecoin Lisa is great. If you want to join, she seems to have some information about this. I've just put it up here. There's an acupuncture.
Yeah, I already copied that out of the chat.
Okay.
And I know a lot about Plum Island and what's come out of there too. It's it's basically Project Paperclip continuing the experiments that they were doing over in Germany. They were doing them over in Plum Island. Have you ever looked into that before?
I have. And yeah. I mean, again, people don't want to believe that this is going on. But
I didn't want to believe it at first either. I thought it was all, these people are kooky, they're crazy. But I couldn't keep ignoring it, especially when you see things happening around you, when things happen to you, like when I ended up with Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is basically from a flu shot. I that's how I contracted it. I had a flu shot that year. And, and then you come to learn that, well, this is basically just a reclassification of polio, just so they can hide the fact that polio still exists, so they can say that the vaccine cured the polio problem.
Yep. Well, so Litecoin Lisa saying, I'll send Tulsa doctor info to Aaron in DM by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Read Fruit from a Poisonous Tree by Melvin Stamper. Our government has been testing on us for years. All right. So there's a something for the reading list. Fruit from a Poisonous Tree. Thank you for that. Awesome. Well, yeah. So anyway, I'm looking at this. Of course, obviously, so this Mike's AI has all kinds of stuff on Plum Island. It's got all kinds of stuff on everything that you've brought up. There's information here. But again, you can go to that link that I sent you, so you don't even need to download it for now if you just want to, get the benefits of this information. Now, what do you think? So I was hoping to have it done by today. I've been working on this system where you connect an AI and then you actually take you clone a voice. It actually looks realistic. So it's like an avatar speaking, and it looks real, but I'm going to connect it to Mike's avatar and potentially have that join these chats. So in other words, somebody may have a question and it's like, it's not, rather than me like type it and answer it, we could actually submit it, and I can submit it on my computer, and then the AI will spit the data back, and then it'll come through an actual avatar in the chat.
That's pretty cool.
I'll try it. We'll see if it works. I talked to Mike and he's like, "Oh, I'll use it if we can get it to work." Because I think this is the thing, right? We need to use this technology for good, and it can be used for good. But let's make it easy. What I've found is, I'm ridiculous, and I'm sitting here and I've got 3 keyboards in front of me and everything else, but it's not that useful. I would rather have a front end experience where, what if I could just talk to something that's you pick what it looks like. You can make it look like whoever you want. You can clone whatever voice you want. But the data that's coming from, you could train it on whatever information you want. Let's say you wanted to talk to the founders. Let's say you had the question of, well, what would the founders think about the United States? Train an AI with the actual, don't use the models, don't use OpenAI or Claude. Actually train the AI on the collected works of Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and Madison, and then create those as avatars, and then actually be able to talk to them. And it's obviously not them, but it's trained on literally their own words. I like this for brainstorming. This is the way I like brainstorming, and just kind of being like, okay, I don't know anything about this, but how am I going to explore learning about these things? And I feel like creating this kind of an interface might benefit a lot of people, especially if it's connected to an AI that's trained on useful, real information.
Yeah, I really appreciate the information on the acupuncture treatment in Tulsa. We're going to look into that for sure. I have a question about the Enoch. So it comes already trained, but then you can also train it as well?
This is a separate process that I'm working on, and this is an area that I've been exploring is how to build my own databases where I just take a whole bunch of information, whether it's books or scraping websites or whatever, and then I store that in a database, and then I can have other AI models access it. Now, some AI models work like that and some don't. I can't have Claude or OpenAI use my data set. They're trained on however they're trained, but I believe I can do this with Mike's. If not, there are other models out there that you can use that, yes, they're pre-trained, but then you can additionally augment them with your own stuff. And then you can research which ones are more neutral than not. The amazing thing is that some of these more open models are from China. And I'm kid you not. Some of these free open source models from China may be better as a starting point that you then layer your own data on. But I bought a computer, this NVIDIA supercomputer. I can show it to you. This is how big. Look at how small you can see how small it is. That's it.
That thing's tiny.
That thing's tiny, but it's like a little mini supercomputer, so that I can run all this stuff locally, which is actually helpful because it's cheap. It's cheaper. When you're using these online services, they're really expensive, but I can run my own model. I've even thought about having simulated debates, where it's like, okay, I talked about doing the first principles thing. Well, what if I had the first principles thing where it's like 3 avatars trained on different perspectives and and actual first source data, and then you watch them have a simulated debate. I'll test for that too. We'll see if that works out. But it couldn't be worse than watching a political debate. It might even be entertaining. One of the things I was playing with, imagine having George Carlin as like it's like George Carlin's face speaking like George Carlin, but then you can mix it up where it's like, well, it's trained on, Aristotle or it's trained. So it's the voice and the stylings of George Carlin, but it's trained on the works of Aristotle. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little weird with this stuff.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, it's good if you have something like that where it's versatile, where pretty much anything goes. You can plug in whatever you want to it and get the desired results that you want. I really appreciate the time, and thank you very much for thinking along with me, and for all that you do. I mean, hours and hours of broadcasting, trying to get the message out. The table's set. I mean, there are a lot of systems for the individual in place, but not enough people are using them. These decentralized systems that are already in place, not enough people are using them. We just, we need people like you, more people, just talking to their neighbors about this stuff and trying to get them inspired and excited about it. Find their pain point and say, well, this is something you could do to make it better. This is what I'm doing, and I appreciate that you do that on the scale that you do. I try to do it in my little shire here, and keep up the good work, man. I got to split. My wife is doing homeschool co-op tomorrow, so there's some things that we got to pull together and set up. But I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me on, Aaron.
Oh yeah, no, thanks for coming on, and I appreciate that. And tune in on Thursday, because we're gonna have more useful hands-on stuff related to healthcare and AI. So hopefully that'll be more beneficial as well. But I appreciate your input and love having you on. And yeah, let's see what we can do. I think we're making some progress, and I'm gonna have some tools that I'll be launching at the end of the month, which hopefully will help people connect more with different resources.
Excellent. Maybe I'll have some time to mess around with Enoch and share my experience with you by the time we regroup on Thursday. You're not doing a Tuesday broadcast? Is it Tuesday? No, it's Monday, isn't it?
No, it's Monday. So I'm doing Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. is now the new regular time for this show. I'll be on with Shannon Joy tomorrow, and then we have the Technocracy Roundtable at 6 p.m. With Patrick Wood, Courtney Turner, and Craig Wenkelwitz, who was on, but I think we were having some issues. That is a must watch, because that's all about AI and healthcare.
Please be sure to drop a link in the Jersey Dollar Vigilante chat.
I absolutely will.
Appreciate that. All right. Have a good night, Aaron. Thank you.
You too. Great talking to you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Yep. All right. Well, it looks like we're about wrapping it up. I'm running this. Sorry for running this from the iPad. I do want to recommend this. This is one of book one in the 4-book series, Divided Legacy. So if you want to learn about the history of healthcare and get some perspective on why what's going on right now is going on, I can't recommend these books enough, although it's going to take you a lot of time. This is why I tried to summarize some of it here. But what's going on right now in healthcare, this is a 2,500-year-old battle, and it comes down to, are we humans or are we machines? That's been kind of the conceptual framework going on all of this time. I think you know where I stand on this. I come out on we're humans, we have free will, and this is the hill to die on. And so this is why we're doing what we're doing. So I apologize for some of the audio stuff. I thought I actually had this worked out. I did have the audio, but I didn't have get the headphones thing. I'll have that cleared up by Thursday. Again, check out the Technocracy Roundtable on Wednesday, and we'll be back on Thursday at 6 p.m. with an interview with Mike Adams and with further discussion about AI in healthcare and alternative solutions. So have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own.
one at the end.
They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that scares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my fate, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens, over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exit, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. One at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they